Okay. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Committee of Council meeting on Wednesday, January the 31st. As we begin today's meeting, we would like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. We also acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work on, and enjoy this land. Good morning, everyone. We have many guests in the gallery today. It's lovely to see all of you, and all members are present today with the following participating remotely or absent. I'll hand it over to our clerk to confirm who it might be remote today.
Thank you. Through the chair, all members are present with the exception of Councillor Medeiros, not currently showing online.
Okay, so Councillor Medeiros is currently absent from the meeting this morning. Our next agenda item is approval of the agenda. Do any members wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please put your name on the board. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add a discussion item regarding the Landlord and Tenant Board.
Thank you. So that is an added item from Councillor Keenan regarding the Landlord and Tenant Board.
Through the chair, that will be item 9.3.1.
Okay, and that's a discussion item. I have a couple of things that I would like to do with respect to the approval of the agenda. The first one is we received correspondence from delegation number 6.11. Unfortunately, they are sick. It's the active transportation delegation. They're sick and unable to participate today. Or it's not 6.11, I apologize. The, which one? 6.5. Yeah, 6.5 is the active transportation delegation. They're sick and so would like to have their delegation referred to council next week. So that's a referral to council next week. And the other piece is staff have reached out to me as chair to let me know that there's further work required or an update required to the report 12.2.3 regarding public works bike lane fines. And so I'd like to refer that one back to staff to come back to council with that report.
Through the chair, that is item 12.2.3, which will be referred back to staff for further consideration.
Perfect. And then I believe we also have, through the clerk, added correspondence or delegations requested for today as well.
Through the chair, we do have a couple of updates, so I'll go through those now. For delegation 6.8, we just have some added material for display. For delegation 6.11, we do have added delegations up to 34 individuals now that have been added. For delegation 612, we have an added delegation regarding item 11.2.3. That's a delegation from Nation Cheong, Vice President, Community Opportunities and Mobilization, United Way Greater Toronto, regarding 11.2.3, the Community Benefits Policy. We also have added item delegation 6.13 regarding 7.1. So that's a delegation regarding the Government Relations Matters, the 2024 Provincial Pre-Budget Submission. Two delegations, Sylvia Roberts and Janine Herman-McLeod. And we do have an accommodation request to hear that delegation after the lunch break. In terms of added correspondence, for 9.4.1, we have two pieces of added correspondence there.
Okay, thank you very
those
much.
are the updates.
Thank you very much, clerk. And so with the agenda today, we can see that it is quite stacked with a number of delegations, particularly related to 6.11 and the residential rental licensing program. I'm going to suggest that in order to manage the agenda effectively today, that we do the following. Any delegations unrelated to residential rental licensing, we deal with first. And then because I know that there's also a government relations presentation today on the agenda, I'm going to suggest that we have the government relations presentation after the delegations that are unrelated to RRL. I'm also so that we can deal with RRL as one big group. And then I'm going to suggest that we be mindful of a lunch break that is required, and that we take that lunch break no later than 1 p.m. today to allow staff to also take a break as well. And which means that we may be seeing some RRL delegations before the lunch break, which is okay. We'll make sure that staff respond to those delegates who have delegated on RRL. And then after the lunch break, we will deal with the rest of the RRL delegations and have staff respond to those delegations as well, and then deal with the rest of the agenda. If my council colleagues are okay with that, those are the amendments to the agenda as well as the suggestion on how we will be managing the agenda today. Motion moved by Councillor Denny to approve the amended agenda. Oh, yep, Councillor Singh.
So, sorry, could you go through that again? You kind of said it fast.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what are you doing exactly?
So for the unrelated RRL delegations, of which the agenda order has now 9 of them, we will be dealing with those as per the agenda order. We have our government relations staff here with a presentation and also monitoring a provincial announcement that's happening at 9:30. And so would like to move the government relations presentation up after the unrelated RRL delegations, of which there are now 34. Otherwise, government relations staff will have to wait for their presentation for later on in the day. And then we will then proceed to the RRL delegations, understanding that there will be a lunch break before 1 o'clock that we have to do. However, we will have staff respond to the RRL delegations that will be presenting before the lunch break. We'll then continue with the RRL delegations after the lunch break, and then have staff also respond to those delegates on RRL. We will then continue on the agenda with anything that is not held in consent, and then adjourn the meeting.
So I'm okay with delegations is for the public, so I'm okay with whichever order you want to let them
Yeah.
to delegate, because it's all members of the public, so I don't want to pit public against public.
Yeah.
But I do think, given people took time out of their busy schedules today, that it should be delegations, then government relations, then lunch, whenever it is. So I'm not okay with that, because I think public delegation should be prioritized.
Okay,
So if you accept it as a friendly, or if you want to put it to a vote, I'll put that.
okay.
Up to you.
So any other comments from members of council about whether or not we should bring government relations up a little bit earlier? Mayor Brown?
So, I understand that the provincial federal announcement is a bit of a heads up on. It's a bit of a re-announcement, so I don't think GR would be missing anything if they don't want to monitor it. But I do think we should have the GR presentation before the delegates, because I think there's an issue of advocacy they'd be interested in regards to the challenges we're having with the landlord and tenant board. And so I think that may be germane to the delegations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't hear him through the
Thank
mic.
you.
Could you say that again?
There's an issue in the GR that is germane to the topic, and that is our city advocacy on the landlord and tenant board.
Yeah. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Singh, are you okay?
Maybe a more fair way would be to have GR first.
Then the delegations, and then we can talk about lunch. So it doesn't feel like one group is getting delayed over another. So we could have GR first, then the public delegations, and public delegations I'll leave up to the chair, because it's all public, so
Yeah.
there's no point of groupism
Okay.
there. And then lunch whenever it is.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that suggestion, Deputy Mayor and Mayor Brown. So in term, yeah,
Through the chair, if I just may remind that we do have added delegation 6.13, which is in relation to the government relations matter, and the accommodation request was to hear that delegation after lunch, so just want to remind you of that.
okay. So we can still entertain that delegation after lunch, but I think members of council would like to have the GR update, especially considering there's pertinent information as it relates to the RRL delegations today. Deputy Mayor Singh?
So it'll be government relations
Correct.
first, then the delegations, and then lunch
Yeah.
whenever. Okay.
Yeah, And the chair is happy with that suggestion as well and agrees. So members of council, we will have government relations present first at the agenda before public delegations begin. We will have as well a lunch break by sometime between 12:30 and 1. But for any RRL delegations that are heard before the lunch break, staff are going to respond, and I will make sure that we have enough time to respond to those delegates before the lunch break. Does that work? Perfect. Okay. All those in favor of the amended agenda as put forward by Councillor Keenan? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. The next item on the agenda is declarations of municipal conflict of interest. Do any members have any declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be discussed or considered on today's agenda? I see none. No one online, clerk? Okay, thank you. Seeing that, the clerk will so note. Consent. As part of our consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. And so here are the items up for consent. 8.2.1, staff report, request to begin procurement regarding the tree inventory services at various locations with the city of Brampton, held by Councillor Paleshi. 8.2.2, staff report, request to begin procurement, design, and construction of park amenities at Black Forest Park, Ward 9. In consent. 8.2.3 is the staff report, Explore Brampton Youth Pass Pilot Program. It's suggested to be held for possible delegations. Madam Clerk, do we have any delegations on this matter?
Through the chair, there are no registered delegations at this time.
Is it possible for us to put it into consent at this time? Yes, in consent. 8.3.1, minutes, Brampton Sports Hall of Fame Committee, January 18th. In consent. 9.2.1, staff report, information and data governance policies. In consent. 11.2.1, staff report, 2024 temporary borrowing bylaw. In consent. 11.2.2, staff report, property interest to be expropriated for the downtown Brampton flood protection project. In consent. 11.2.3, staff report, community benefits policy. I believe we have a delegation on that, Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So that will be held for delegation. 12.2.1, staff report, traffic bylaw administrative update. In consent. 12.2.2, staff report, request to begin procurement, various transit goods and services. In consent. 12.2.3, increased penalties for parking and stopping in bicycle lanes. That's been referred to council, referred back to staff and returned back to council. 12.3.1, minutes, Brampton School Traffic Safety Council. That is in consent. And 15.1, closed session minutes, Brampton Sports Hall of Fame Committee, January 18th. That is also in consent. The clerk will now summarize those items that have been held by members for consideration as part of the consent motion.
Through the chair, if I may add, due to some inadvertence, 9.4.1 correspondence from Brampton Residents RE Residential Rental Licensing Pilot Program. That is also subject to consent if committee wishes.
Anyone want to hold that item as it's part of RRL?
9.4.1 is correspondence related to the residential rental licensing program.
Yeah, we can, we don't need to necessarily hold that because we're discussing that. Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's on the public record, I think we're good. So we'll put that piece of correspondence in consent. Madam Clerk, if you could just make sure that all members of council have that, that would be great.
So the items that are being held are 8.2.1, staff report, request to begin procurement tree inventory services at various locations within the city of Brampton. That item is held by Councillor Paleshi. And then 11.2.3, staff report, community benefits policy is held for delegation. The rest of the items are in consent, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Motion moved by Councillor Power to approve the consent motion. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. The next item of the agenda are announcements, and there are no announcements for today. And as per the approval of the agenda amendment this morning, we will now go into government relations for the government relations presentation. Andreas, if you can please go ahead.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning, members of council, and I'll do my very best to go through a presentation as quickly as I can. We'll start with the regional matters. The regional council is not meeting this week. The next regional council meeting is scheduled for Thursday, February the 8th. Next slide, please. Moving on to provincial matters, the government has announced $44.6 million to boost pediatric mental health services across the province. This funding will expand community-based intensive care services, innovative virtual counseling, transition programs, and training for clinicians, among other, aiming to enhance access and reduce wait times. Next slide, please. The province has also announced completed expansion of Brampton Courthouse. The $117 million investment includes 6 additional floors with 18 additional hearing rooms and 13 courtrooms, upgraded security features, as well as improved accessibility. Next slide, please. The province has introduced measures to protect students and improve integrity of Ontario's post-secondary education. This includes a review of programs that have sizable amount of international students to ensure quality of education and meeting market demands, a moratorium on new public college-private partnerships while oversight mechanisms are strengthened, requirement for all colleges and universities to have a guaranteed for housing options and making them available to incoming international students. Next slide, please. To continue on that, the provincial government is also strengthening oversight of career colleges while committing to working with sector partners and federal government to explore ways to further crack down on bad actor recruiters who take advantage of international students. I will also point out that last week the federal government has announced setting an intake cap on international student permit applications to stabilize new growth for the period of the next 2 years. For 2024, this temporary cap is expected to result in approximately 360,000 approved study permits, a decrease of 35% compared to 2023. Furthermore, just yesterday, the federal government announced that it will be offering low-cost loans to build more student housing on and off campuses. The $40+ billion apartment construction loan program, formerly known as the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, provides low-cost financing to build more than 101,000 new rental homes across Canada by 2031-32. Reforms to the program will permit post-secondary institutions to access low-cost loans for student housing construction. The application process is expected to open this year. Taken together, these initiatives represent a significant effort to address some of the challenges faced by international students that were highlighted in the Brampton Charter for improving the international student experience and the recent council resolutions calling on provincial and federal government to take action. This includes landlord-tenant relations, recognizing the provincial jurisdiction in the matter. Next slide, please. I'll close off provincial announcements by highlighting an announcement of $5.5 million to create 3 new behavioral specialized units at long-term care homes in Brampton, Etobicoke, Timmins, as well as an increased funding for all 21 specialized units across the province. Behavioral specialized units specialize in care for individuals with complex behaviors as a result of cognitive conditions such as dementia. This announcement includes over $1 million for 26-bed behavioral specialized units at Peel Manor in Brampton. Next slide, please. Moving on to federal developments, the government announced an investment of approximately $6 million for 12 projects under the Research and Knowledge Initiative's first call for proposals. The initiative provides funding to support all orders of government and communities to mobilize new ideas and practices, to take practical actions and tackle housing and infrastructure challenges. We're inquiring about further details. Next slide, please. In FCM updates, the 2024 Federation of Canadian Municipalities Annual Conference takes place June 6th to 9th in Calgary, Alberta. This year's conference theme will be Redefining Our Future, and registration will open on February 13th at 2 p.m. The GR team will be following up with council member offices prior to the registration. Next slide, please. On January 19th, at the inaugural 2024 board meeting, the Credit Valley Conservation of Credit Valley Conservation, the Regional Council, Michael Palesci, was acclaimed as chair of the CVC Board of Directors. Congratulations, Councillor. Lastly, attached to today's presentation is the City's 2024 Ontario pre-budget submission. The document speaks to Brampton's key provincial advocacy priorities, such as the completion of Hazel McCallion LRT line and transit expansion, healthcare, housing, and infrastructure. Printed copies have been distributed to council members. We can provide more copies if there's need for additional ones. I also wanted to take a moment to thank department staff and strategic communications colleagues for their contribution and support in preparation of this document. Members of council, also I'd like to thank members of council for their continued advocacy with the provincial members. And this concludes today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andreas, for your government relations update. There's been a lot of activity and a lot of responses from both levels of government in response to our various advocacy efforts. I do have a couple of questions on the board. Mayor Brown, followed by Councillor Keenan. Before I hand it over, I just want to say congratulations to Councillor Palesci on being chair of the CVCA. Mayor Brown, over to you.
Okay, if we just go back to the first screen on the courthouse, because that was an exciting announcement on Friday. If you recall, Council, it was about 3 years ago we had done an advocacy letter asking for there to be improvements and investments in the courthouse. There is a legal principle called the Jordan Principle, which is a precedent that says if your court case is delayed more than 18 months, because of the government side, the case gets thrown out. So that could be murder, it could be, there was one notable sexual assault case that got thrown out. In the Brampton courthouse, there was a very serious stabbing that got thrown out. There's about 180, 200 cases a year in Ontario thrown out. And so this didn't get a lot of attention, this announcement, but it's something that we push for. And so I was there to thank the government for this announcement. Every day in Brampton, there are cases that are sent off to Kitchener or Waterloo because we don't have the capacity. We have the busiest courthouse in North America, serving all of Pearson Airport, Mississauga. So I just want to say this announcement, this $117 million, these new courthouses, is really important to the administration of justice in our region. And so it won't get the fanfare the other announcements do. But thank you for council for supporting this advocacy a number of years ago. And this is another example when we push for something with facts behind our case. Usually we are successful. And so do you know the timeline of these additional improvements? I know this has been ongoing for the last few years, but I believe it'll be completely complete in about 2-3 years. Is that the plan?
Through the chair, that's a timeline we're all aware of, but we can look into further details.
And just the last aspect of this that we should be aware of is it's great to have new courtrooms. We need new judges and JPs. And just maybe through you to legislative services, are we still having troubles with some of our actions in terms of having available JPs?
Through the chair, yes, that remains an ongoing problem, and there has been advocacy work done in the past, and we were going to suggest further advocacy work on this area.
Okay, so maybe there's an opportunity to celebrate this good news, but with a letter to the federal government for the appointment of Superior Court judges, and to the provincial government on JPs to meet the new capacity we have.
Through the chair, we'll take that back and work on a letter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Keenan, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the update. So it was very informative. And, you know, to piggyback on Mayor Brown, when we talk about advocacy, we're seeing that other levels of government are really paying attention to what's coming out of Brampton. You know, it was the auto thefts, and Mayor Brown pushing that, and council pushing that, and now there's a summit happening to see how we can put in more measures to prevent it. Or when it's, we advocated to the Minister of Immigration to ask for a cap on international students. We saw that come through as well. So it's always good to see advocacy being led from the city of Brampton. And when we look at things like the charter that we signed at Sheridan College, I think there's more issues and things that we're going to need to advocating for, and it's one of the things that I would like to actually do today, which is the reason I put the landlord and tenant board discussion piece on. And I was wondering if it would be appropriate to, because I have a motion for advocacy, if I could either bring that up or lay that motion down now, because in speaking with a lot of the landlords, due to the program we rolled out, we're hearing a lot of issues, you know, with the backlog in the landlord and tenant board, issues related to overcrowding, where landlords are being kind of held a little bit victim because tenants are subletting their spaces. And then they have to wait 8 months to a year to hear a case, and in some cases not being paid rent, while other people are collecting rent inside of those homes, which is inappropriate. And this program that we put forward is to, you know, obviously to do with making sure that our communities are safe, and we got to make sure that we're always advocating for everybody. And I have a motion that I would like to put on the floor, if that is okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Because it is a provincial advocacy motion, and I believe, Andreas, you had mentioned the landlord and tenant board in your presentation. It would be, as chair, I would rule that it's appropriate. I look to the clerk.
Through the chair, that's fine.
Okay. And I would add further clarification before the motion is actually tabled, just for clarification. In terms of the landlord and tenant board, whose jurisdiction is that in terms of managing the relationship between the landlord and the tenant?
Through the chair, from our perspective, it's a provincial jurisdiction. City's jurisdiction ends with the property owner and property itself, but I would defer to Commissioner of Planning and Legal Services for any additional comments.
Okay.
Through the chair, concur with the statements made by Andre in terms of provincial oversight on the board and the act and cases that come before the board.
Okay. So then, like that, that would just further justify that the advocacy motion to the province in terms of dealing with the landlord and tenant board is appropriate. Councillor Keenan, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll just read out my motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas the city of Brampton is calling on the province to strengthen existing legislation to empower landlords' rights in an effort to reduce the number of landlord-tenant issues, creating a backlog of the Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board. And whereas Brampton is experiencing a high and growing number of converted residential units, also known as additional residential units in existing neighborhoods, and whereas Brampton is home to a significant number of international students, many of whom find housing in residential rental units, and whereas the city of Brampton is the first city to endorse an international students charter and has continuously advocated for the federal and provincial government to better address issues related to the high number of international students being housed in the city, and whereas the province of Ontario has recently announced and required for post-secondary institutions to guarantee adequate housing options for incoming international students, and whereas the province of Ontario is allowing international residential units, ARUs, to be included in the municipal housing targets, and whereas the city of Brampton recently launched the residential rental licensing pilot program to more effectively uphold local health, safety, and property standards, and whereas the RRL pilot will also help collect data on the number of ARUs within Brampton, and whereas landlords and residential rental properties in Brampton are concerned about a backlog of tenant issues, at the Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board, particularly related to overcrowding of tenants due to tenant subletting outside of lease agreements. Therefore, it be resolved that the mayor, on behalf of council, write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing that asks for the Landlord and Tenant Board to prioritize cases of licensed landlords in the city of Brampton to strengthen landlord rights related to tenants who break agreements to their lease, including but not limited to subletting to other tenants and excessive past due rent, and that a copy of this letter be sent to the Attorney General of Ontario and all Brampton MPPs.
Thank you very much, Councillor Keenan, and as members of the residential rental licensing pilot program, both Councillor Power and myself would like to second your motion. Over to you, Mayor Brown, for questions about the motion.
Thank you, Chair Santos, and thank you, Councillor Keenan, for the thoughtful motion. I know right now it's about trying to find a balance to get this right, and I have to echo your comments. The Landlord and Tenant Board right now, the delays are unconscionable. It's broken. I want you to know that I have already spoken to the Premier about this on a few occasions, just because there was a number of incidents that gained attention. There was one story that was on CBC, and he has assured me it's on his list of matters that they're going to get to. He said there will be change coming. So I think a letter like this, in a very formal way, and maybe we CC other cities as well. I think if he starts to have cities saying, time to clean up the Landlord and Tenant Board, that might be the momentum required to actually see the change. These delays we've never seen. This was not, the way it was, and there's no longer a balance. You want to have rights for tenants, you want to have rights for landlords, but when a landlord can't evict someone who is clearly breaching their obligations, it's wrong. So we got to clean this up. Someone not paying the rent, someone who is essentially laughing in the face of a landlord, there has to be tools to evict them. And that's what the Landlord and Tenant Board, that's part of their responsibility, so it needs to be fixed. So I wholeheartedly would be happy to write this, to write this letter, and Brampton once again can lead on advocacy.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. And just to note that the motion is specifically pointing out the licensed landlords in Brampton in the motion. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I like this idea of advocating to the province. I think it has the right intent. I just want to be mindful of the language that we use, just so that I don't want someone to use this in a wrong scenario where people always talk about landlord and tenant rights, and there's arguments always on both sides. I think the advocacy is more to find a fair balance of the landlord and tenant rights in this entire scenario, just to put that as part of this language here. Because this specifically only talks to landlord rights currently. I know that this is in the context of what's going on in the city right now, but once somebody sees this outside of context, it is taken very differently across the province on what it means to have landlord rights versus tenant rights. So if we can find some balancing language there, then I'd be happy to fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. If I could recommend some amended language in number 1. So right now, number 1 just talks about the prioritization of licensed landlords in Brampton to strengthen landlord rights. I would suggest maybe that we talk about the backlog as well. So that asks the Landlord and Tenant Board to address the backlog of cases and to prioritize cases of licensed landlords in Brampton and strengthen landlord rights related to tenants. So the go ahead, Councillor.
Could I also suggest, instead of the word strengthen there, could we say find a right balance?
Okay, that's great.
For landlord rights.
So instead of strengthen, and find a fair balance with landlord and tenant rights. Does that work?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank
So there we go. And also address the backlog of cases and find a fair balance of landlord and tenant rights. Okay, so Madam Clerk, back to that third line, landlord-tenant board to prioritize cases of licensed landlords in Brampton and find a fair balance of landlord and tenant rights related to.
Through the chair, while making the change.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, while the clerk is making that amendment, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, this is good intent, great motion. I just look at where it says the licensed landlords, will it affect the good people that follow the rules, like actually had permits? And, you know, did what we were asked of in the past, and did their windows, second exit and all that, will they affect them at all? The people that actually got permits?
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Keenan, would you like to answer that, or you want me to respond? Okay, so I think that the motion being proposed is general enough to incorporate that. As you can see from the motion, it also talks about addressing the backlog of cases and finding a fair balance. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, I'm just, thank you, yeah, and I just worry that some people got permits and spent a lot of money, following certain rules, so long as it doesn't affect them, I'm good with this,
Yeah.
and thank you so much.
Okay, great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Singh.
Just a question of clarification. Licensed landlords, so that's, where are we with that? Because I haven't, I just know there was a website and then the website was taken down. Like, I don't even know what the licensing regime looks like right now. Like, what's exactly, where are we? Like, is there a licensing program? Like, I think I saw a screenshot of the website. It was said temporarily taken down or something. So can I get some clarification? Because I want to know what I'm voting on, which licensing program, what's actually there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. Councillor Keenan can respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the licensing program is still going forward. There was a slight pause put to it so that there was some issues that were raised by some of the landlords and some repetitive information being put forward that they've already gone through and have legal units. So the pause is there for staff to reevaluate those items and to pull them out so that we can streamline the process to make it easier for landlords to apply. So it will be back up and running within the coming weeks, and I'm sure staff are going to talk about that today.
Yeah, can I just get it from the staff? Like, what it's coming back? What are the changes? Like, is there a report coming to council or anything? Like, yeah, like I don't know. Like, I support it in the spirit in the past, but I just want to know what's going on.
Through the chair, staff do have a verbal presentation update today to provide an update on the residential landlord licensing program as previously endorsed by council. Certainly, if it's council's will, we can certainly provide that presentation now, before the delegations or after the delegations, but we react at the will of council.
So I need to know, like, what I'm voting on, right? So I don't, like I said, I just want the information because I didn't know the website was going live, and obviously I got all the calls and emails and everything. So I support the spirit of this. I hear about the landlord-tenant board, but I'd like to see the presentation first so I know what the licensing program looks like. I didn't even know, like, I hadn't seen this motion, so to be honest, the delegations are very relevant to this as well. So I, like, process-wise, like, we should have delegations, to be really honest, because it's very relevant. Like, we went right into the licensing program through GR, and I didn't know that was coming. So to be fair, I think many people have opinions about this, and by breaking up the meeting, it's not going to be consistent. So I don't know, like, I need an update before I vote on this. Like, I need to know what I'm exactly voting on.
Yeah. Mayor Brown, go ahead.
Okay. There are two different topics being discussed today. One is the broken landlord-tenant board in Ontario. What we're talking about after is the city's licensing process. And the province has a problem, massive delays. And if you're a tenant, you shouldn't be happy with the, well, maybe you are if you're trying to take advantage of the situation. But if you're, the fact that you can be a property owner and have no ability to evict for long periods, even if someone's not paying rent, is what this motion is about. So this is not about our licensing program. And so maybe the confusion is just that one line that says that licensed landlords, you could, but it's not just cases in Brampton. They need to fix the system everywhere. Our advocate, the province is going to do something just for Brampton. They're doing it for the province in its entirety. If you want to make it easier, just take out prioritize licensed landlords for Brampton, because they do need to fix this. Whether you're in Mississauga, whether you're in Barrie, whether you're in Sudbury, same problems. Fix the landlord and tenant board. I think that's a no-brainer. Everyone should support that. And then let's get into the discussion at the appropriate time when it comes to how we deal with unsafe, overcrowded units. Make sense?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh, to respond.
Yeah, so I think it's just the way the motion is written, because it references the RL program, and on top of that, it talks about licensed landlord. So if we want to deal with both issues separate, which I'm okay with, then there shouldn't be any reference to that now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
through the clerk, through the clerk, Councillor Keenan, would you take it as a friendly to remove the words "to prioritize cases of licensed landlords in Brampton"?
Yes.
And just go straight to ask the landlord and tenant board to find a fair balance of landlord and tenant rights related to tenants who break is that okay?
I'm fine with that.
Councillor Keenan has taken that as a friendly amendment.
And also the references to RL, I think that's part of it.
Okay,
And as well, if we could just remove those,
so Councillor Keenan, can we remove that as well?
then we could continue in the same agenda order.
Okay,
Yeah.
you take that as a friendly, Councillor
I
Keenan?
think that's important, though.
It's okay.
Okay.
Councillor Vicente is on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we just also add some language with respect to the backlog, which is really the crux of the issue? Okay, thank you. I see it there. Thank you.
Councillor Vicente, it's in the motion. Is that okay? Okay, so motion moved by Councillor Keenan, seconded by Councillor Power and Santos. All those in favor? Any recorded vote? Madam Clerk, over to you for the recorded vote on this motion.
Through the chair, a recorded vote has been requested regarding this motion. All in favor, please stand to be counted now. Voting in favor, we have Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Brar, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Keenan, Chair Santos, Councillor Power, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Singh, Deputy Mayor Singh, sorry, and Councillor Tour. Councillor Medeiros, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that carries 11-0 unanimously.
Thank you, that's a unanimous vote. Thank you very much, Councillor Keenan, for bringing that forward, and members of committee for your very wonderful feedback. I believe after GR, we now have to receive GR. Andreas, you've been standing there the whole time.
It's good exercise.
Any further questions for Andreas related to government relations? Seeing none, motion moved by Mayor Brown to receive the presentation. Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
The next item of the agenda, Madam Clerk, I believe we begin in order our delegations related to, unrelated to RRL at this time. We have a first delegation, 6.1, regarding the Transit Division user fees and charges, Explore Brampton Youth Pass. I don't believe we have any delegations, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, through the chair, no, we don't have any delegations
Okay.
on that.
So the next delegation is 6.2, a delegation from Robbie Mayer and Jordan Francis, founders of EcoTank Canada, regarding a proposal to create a new bylaw to reduce plastic waste in the city of Brampton. As the delegation is coming to the floor, because we have such a high number of delegations today, I would ask the clerk to please summarize the rules related to delegations and also the importance of keeping to time. My understanding it is 5 minutes, and because we have so many delegations today, that is the maximum amount of time at this point that we will be giving delegates. Madam Clerk, over to you to summarize the rules.
Through the chair, thank you. Delegations are an opportunity for members of the public to address committee on a particular matter. Under the procedure bylaw, a person may address committee for up to 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, a time warning will be issued and the delegation must finish by the 5 minutes. Due to the number of delegates at today's meeting, it is important to adhere to the 5-minute timeline. At the 5-minute mark, the delegate's microphone will be muted. As we have a number of delegates registered for the same topic on today's agenda, it is advisable for delegates to keep their comments concise, speak only to the subject of the delegation, and to avoid repetition with other delegations. In regards to decorum in the chambers under the procedure bylaw, delegations are not permitted to speak disrespectfully of any person, use offensive words or unparliamentary language, speak on any subject other than the subject for which they received approval to address, or disobey the rules of order or a decision of the chair. In addition, members of the audience are not permitted to display any signage within chambers. No cheering, clapping, raised voices, or other dialogue that would disrupt the proceedings of the meeting is permitted. It is important that these rules are adhered to during today's meeting of committee so that we can run the meeting efficiently.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for confirming the rules related to delegations today. Our first delegation is from Robbie Mayer and Jordan Francis, founders of EcoTank. Robbie and Jordan, are you here present or online?
Through the chair, they are online.
They're online. Okay, perfect. So over to you, Robbie Mayer and Jordan Francis. You have 5 minutes and will be muted at 5 minutes. You will also get a warning when there's only 1 minute left.
Thank you, Council, for the time today. It's just Robbie here today. You can go to the next slide, please. So I'm here on behalf of EcoTank. You may have seen our washer fluid dispensers popping up at gas stations and charging stations across town. Our mission is quite simple. It's to eliminate single-use plastic jugs used for refilling windshield washer fluid. Next slide, please. As you know, the federal government has targeted a full-scale elimination of many single-use plastics by 2030. You might also know recycling itself isn't very enviable, with only 9% of all plastic waste being recycled in Canada since 1950. Next slide, please. I want to present a proposal to the town of Brampton, where I grew up. The proposal is to implement a single-use plastic bylaw that would help influence purchasing behavior to more sustainable alternatives, where readily available. Next slide, please. Brampton's CERP recently set the stage for Brampton to turn words into action and explicitly states the city needed to accelerate and realize social and environmental opportunities for transition. Brampton would do well to follow the precedent set by other municipalities in Canada that have set more ambitious targets. To name a few, Terrebonne, Mascouche, and Prévost in the Greater Montreal area included other plastics where wholesale offerings are available to provide the opportunity to eliminate those single-use plastics as well. There are links in this PowerPoint for further info on those bylaws. Next slide, please. Unlike the federal ban, the Greater Montreal area allows businesses to still utilize single-use plastics if and only if they also offer and promote a wholesale alternative. Fines are levied at businesses who don't provide an alternative. The benefits of this are that businesses have time to adjust to these alternatives with little impact to them, but consumers get the exposure to other options to help change their behaviors. Next slide, please. You can skip this slide as well. For context, Ontario uses an estimated 18 million plastic jugs of washer fluid a year. Fun fact, washer fluid jugs aren't recyclable. because the methanol contaminates the plastic. Washing processes are too costly and arduous. All of these jugs end up in landfills, lakes, or worse. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see some of the early success we've had. We've only been around for a couple of years, but we've already reduced over 70,000 plastic jugs. Next slide, please. This common sense approach used in the Greater Montreal area fits well with CERP's goals. Brampton has the opportunity to utilize these blueprints and be the leader in Ontario, as set out in the CERP. It's also a lot more enforceable than an initial all-out ban, providing the long-term upside with little downside. Next slide, please. Creating a single-use plastic bylaw for the City of Brampton can help by allowing the consumers the option to choose alternatives and businesses time to adjust. Products like EcoTank that are also more convenient and cost-effective, once provided the opportunity to consumers over
Robbie,
time.
You have 1 minute left.
That's good. This is almost done. Once provided the opportunity to consumers over time, we have seen in the Greater Montreal area the replacement of plastic use. This phase-in period allows time and the market to determine what products are readily available and to be replaced, and makes sense for full-fledged bans. Next slide, please. I hope the City of Brampton joins the other municipalities entering the fight against plastic. We appreciate your consideration and time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rob, for your delegation and for sticking to time. There are questions from members of committee. Councillor Palleschi, Deputy Mayor Singh, followed by Councillor Tour. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the delegation. I would like to kind of refer this, but prior to that, maybe I'll ask, Rob, is this your business that you currently have with these, and I think they're fantastic. The first time I saw one, actually, I was in Vaughan. Now, I haven't done the calculation in my head to see if there's a major cost, offset. I hope that it's reasonable and close to the same cost as buying it from, say, Costco, the jugs, which we don't want to do. We'd rather fill it up at these gas stations, and I'd like to see more of them. But I guess my only question for the delegation is this your business that you have in the that are putting these in the gas stations?
This is my business. The proposal here is sort of goes beyond our business. The precedent set in the Greater Montreal area it isn't just for washer fluid jugs. It's the idea that you're targeting, readily available alternatives. They have
absolutely,
wholesale.
but brick by brick. I hope that you can get out to more gas stations, especially in the City of Brampton, because I think getting them out to all of the stations, and the possibility of putting them in charging locations, maybe even in the City of Brampton, I think would be a fantastic idea. There's a couple speakers on the board, but I would like to refer this back to staff. I know that I've been on waste management at the region. We've been dealing with this. We've been talking about it for a long time with the changes that the province put down was in the right direction, but we're still looking for more, I think. But I'll hold the referral until the other speakers speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Deputy Mayor Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Where you actually dropped off is where I wanted to start. I think this is obviously something I believe in. I've seen the devastation that single-use plastic causes, especially in our wards around grocery store areas, and they back onto green space, and that green space is just from shopping carts. I know that's not related to this, but plastic bags, bags for produce. It's a mess, and we can do as many community cleanups as we want, but it's never enough. So I would be interested at looking at this. I think we should also look at a regional approach to this, perhaps. So I'm okay to send this back to staff. It has to be executed right, and it's a challenge to execute it right. And so I think on this slow and steady wins the race, but I think we should move it in the right direction. So I'm okay to support your referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Agree with both the councillors' comments here. I think, if staff can come back with this at a later time and tell us how we can implement this and also benchmark with other municipalities, because I believe Mississauga has something like this currently, a bylaw related to this. So if we can take a look at that, that would be great. Just a question for the delegation. If we could go back to the slides, please. I know there's a slide on like proof of concept, and it mentioned 3 gas stations in Brampton. I don't know if I missed an explanation about this one, please. But if you could please just expand on that top left corner about the Husky and the 2 Petro-Canada locations.
Yeah, no problem. So we're a startup. We've only really been installing these. Our first sites were only installed 2 years ago. The bulk, we're located in the GTA, but the bulk of our installations are in Quebec and the East Coast, where we've seen, municipalities, but also the customer base more receptive to this idea. We're at every IGA, grocery store, and fuel station in the greater Montreal area. We're not the only player as well. There's other, it's not like a monopoly. There's other people offering this solution. In Ontario, Husky was one of the first sites we've had, but we just signed a large contract with Petro-Canada for 50 sites in the GTA. So you will see more and more of these in Parkland, Ultramar. So we have a contract with every major fuel supplier at this point. So you will see more of these. But these are the 3 locations, like for reference, if you ever wanted to go try it, that are around. I think 471 Main Street right by Shoppers World would be the closest.
Sure. No, I'm happy to see like 5 Ace Drive on there. That's in our wards, and probably one of the busiest gas stations there. So you answered my question. I was going to ask is that, is this directly with partnership with the gas stations or with the individual gas stations or with the entire company itself? But thank you for that, and happy to support the referral from Councillor Palashi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tour. So there is a referral motion from Councillor Palashi. Councillor Palashi, is it just a referral back to staff or? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So the referral motion back to staff to look at ways on how this may be implemented and also working with the region of Peel regarding the information in this delegation. All those in favor of the referral motion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, Rob, for your delegation.
Thanks for the time.
The next delegation on the agenda is from Sonia Massett, Manager, Different Spokes, Brampton Bike Hub and Punjabi Community Health Services, regarding the community benefits of Different Spokes, Brampton Bike Hub. Welcome, Sonia. Nice to see you. And Punjabi Community Health Services, you have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yep, so my name is Sonia Massett. I work for Punjabi Community Health Services, and I manage Different Spokes, Brampton and Caledon Bike Hub. Next slide. So I'm here to report today on the benefits of offering our services out of downtown Brampton. Some of what we do is we provide low access or affordable access to bikes for those who want to ride them. We fix them up and we make them available for the community to rent for up to a year. We also teach DIY bike-related DIY services out of the Bike Hub, where folks can come in and get their bike, fix their bike on site. We also enhance access to or provide cycling services outside of the Bike Hub. We offer rides out of downtown Brampton, as well as in the greater community. Some of the services provided by PCHS is for mental health and support services for folks facing addictions, as well as folks at imminent risk of homelessness. So next slide, please. So one of the things that we found is that a lot of folks are accessing our service and coming specifically to downtown Brampton to access them. We're the only provider of DIY services in the region of Peel that's publicly offered, and people are coming from inside of Brampton all around, as well as outside of Brampton. We've seen over 13,000 visits at different spokes since opening. Next slide. So as a result of being there, we found that we fostered a pretty vibrant community there. 59% of our members report coming downtown, coming to different spokes in downtown Brampton as their primary reason for coming downtown, and often end up spending money, and also engaging in civic engagement. So they volunteer with us, and they have a strong sense of pride in the community after engaging with us. Next slide. So as a result, our members often bike more. They bike more for transportation, and they drive less, which is great. Cyclists spend more and often are more engaged in the community. Next slide. So the value that we've provided to our members is incredible. Specifically, we have a ton of international students who use our services. Approximately 33%, it's not on the slide, of our services or our membership base are international students. The total value added is approximately $571,000, just based on the parts, labor, and services provided out of different spokes. Some of the other stuff that we've done is we run rides, 82 of them, and workshops. Next slide, please. So we estimate our economic impact in driving folks to come downtown Brampton and spend money and go to restaurants to be between $97,000 and $100,000 to local businesses. We've had 6 jobs that were created out of downtown Brampton, and we also estimate that that when people return their bikes, they're actually doing it because they want to generate more money from using their bikes for transportation, and specifically to deliver with Uber Eats. So, and that's immeasurable. Next slide, please. So our goal of continuing out of this space, and a few of the projects that we'd like to do to continue our sustainability and our service offerings in downtown Brampton, is enhance our overall operational capacity, especially in the summer, to be about 30 hours per week, including Saturdays.
Sonia, you have 1 minute remaining.
All right, thanks. Especially to align more with downtown innovation projects and offerings. We also will be charging for memberships, modestly $40 annually, parts, and also a flat rate rental fee. And part of what we're doing right now is continuing to seek granting opportunities for offering bike valet services at large festivals and events, as well as supporting our overall operational capacity through OTF grants and stuff like that. But I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity, and we're so pleased to be able to offer these services out of downtown Brampton. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia and Brampton Bike Hub. We have comments and questions from Councillor Tour. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you, Sonia, for all the work you do, and PCHS and everybody that's involved in this, all the work that you guys do. I've had the pleasure of riding with you guys. I hope to come out to more rides, especially when you do them at Gore Meadows. It's just hard to find the time to get to do these, but I'm glad I got over my fear of riding a bike in the winter. So I know that's possible. I would be at more rides from now on, but so very happy to see all the work that you do, and wish you guys all the best.
Thank you, Councillor Tour.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. No further questions from members of council. Thank you very much for the update. Motion from Councillor Tour to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. The next delegation is 6.4, a delegation from Jackie Duffus, Brampton resident, regarding the ceremonial street naming Maudlin Bisso. Is Jackie here? Hi, Jackie. Welcome, and you have up to a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here this morning to advocate for the residents of Brampton, particularly those of Murray Street and its surrounding area from Orsham to Gillingham, in requesting for City Councillor to consider a ceremonial street naming for the late Maudlin Bisso, who has been an icon in our community and who has served the city of Brampton for over 30 years in many different capacity, in advocating with parents, in assisting with children aid, immigration, social justice, and whatever the need would be that arise in the community. Attached to my application was a small synopsis of the contribution that she has made to our community and the impact that she has made in the lives of many of her neighbors and their appreciation. I would just like to take a moment to read this for you. Maudlin has been a trailblazer in serving others locally and globally for many years. But today we would like to focus on what she brought to the city of Brampton and her passion in giving and serving others. Her passing has left her neighborhood in a state of loss due to her generosity, pleasant disposition, and giving of herself to others. As I walked through the neighborhood a couple weeks ago, I am reminded by neighbors of how they missed not receiving vegetables and fruits from Maudlin's beloved garden in her backyard and the beauty she brought to the area with her English garden. She ensured that someone other than herself should have the first crop from her garden each year, even if you were a stranger passing by. She would always order in advance numerous amounts of squashes and garlic from a farm in Brampton in the summer season and distributed them in the fall to her neighbors and the community church she attended. To date, a number of folks commented on still having garlic from last year. Every neighbor from Horsham to Gillingham were invited on different occasions to her home for fine dining. She was passionate about hospitality and ensuring that new neighbors would always feel welcome in the neighborhood. She would always entertain with a meal. I am also reminded by neighbors how she used to drop eggs off at their doorsteps if they were not at home on a weekly basis. She would travel to Newmarket to acquire these eggs, and then she would leave it to the neighbors. And each week she would travel to retrieve these eggs and distribute to them in her neighborhood in Brampton and Toronto, where she served for many years as well. I myself, along with her, would go shopping religiously on Saturdays, where she would buy bags of grocery and distribute to her neighbors and community church in Brampton, to those in need, to those who were trying to make ends meet, and also not so much in need, but in doing so, it gives them a sense of someone caring and thinking about them. She was passionate about loving people, regardless of creed, culture, or race. Maudlin created a comfortable space and positive attitude for all our neighbors knew they could drop by at any time, and she would gladly welcome them and allow them to unlock their thoughts of family crises or personal issues. Her positive attitude and magnetic-like personality attracted everyone to her. One would leave her present with a better outlook on life, all because of her pleasant disposition and expression of love. In the neighborhood, she would be first and probably the only one to visit you if you were sick. She would prepare a meal for you and ensures that she follows up on you, how you are doing. She would also be first and most likely again the only person on the block who would welcome you as a new neighbor.
Jackie, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, in her 26 years of retirement as a senior, she's paid special attention to seniors in her community. When the unfortunate end-of-life palliative care is needed, Maudlin would provide daily meals for them, and when they're no longer able to eat solid food, she would puree it and feed them herself. She was passionate about caring for others, and the community respected her. In conclusion, Maudlin Bizzell, I met her when I was 15 years old, going through my teenage crisis and family issues. I went to spend a weekend with her at home in Toronto, and I was living with her for 19 years. In her last year of life, I was her primary caregiver. The residents of Murray Street would like to recognize her contribution and how she has impacted their lives in City Councillor considering a ceremonial street naming in honor of Maudlin Bizzell, who have served our community.
Jackie, that's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Jackie, for coming here today to present this ask of council. You don't just stand there alone, you stand with all of the residents on the streets who are asking for this. And, it's very clear that Maudlin had a very powerful impact on the neighborhood. And so I want to thank you, together with Councillor Santos, for coming here today, for asking us to honor her in this way. And I would be very happy to refer this to staff for consideration to see how we can go about doing the ceremonial renaming of the street.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will definitely give the feedback to the residents as they anticipate such.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that's a referral motion from Councillor Vicente, and very happy to support that as well. Thank you for your delegation. A motion to refer the delegation back to staff for consideration. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. The next delegation was actually referred to the February 7th council meeting, and we will hear that delegation at that time. The following delegation is 6.6 from Renate Diorio, Brampton residents, regarding vehicular noise and speeding concerns. Is Renate joining us in person or online?
Through the chair.
Online.
Okay.
Online.
Thank you, Renate. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate this opportunity. But today I would like to ask council what is going on with the bylaw for noise, the modified mufflers. It's absolutely unbearable that we're hearing this on Bramalea Road North to Queen Street East. It's a racing area. We call over the weekends on because of the noise, number one, and number two, because they're speeding. Nobody is available to stop these people. I have seen so many cars myself. No police is available. Where are the police to check the cars? So many vehicles are driving with one headlight and one brake light. I even stopped two on my street and they said, yeah, it's okay, don't worry. And I said, I'm fine. If you're not worried, I'm not worried. Just don't get caught. The attitude of drivers today is absolutely horrific. I have noise coming from the front of my house to the back. It's like a drone following me all around my house. Something has to be done about these racers, the speeders, the men with these power. These vehicles are power to them. They don't care. They just move in and out of traffic. On Highway 10. You have to move. I mean, these truckers cannot stop on a dime. They cannot. And the movement of a car is unbearable. I'm sorry. I'm going fast because I only have a few minutes. I'm not even reading my notes. I've lived here for 42 years. I've seen so many changes and all of them are not good. Not good at all. The city has become dirty. People are littering. Signs everywhere, which is ridiculous. And also the fact that they're speeding. The signs are not big enough. You have signs on streets asking the truckers not to use their air brakes. My God, I'd rather hear that every now and then than these modified mufflers. They just go everywhere, on Bovaird, on Kennedy, Airport Road. On the weekends, you can hear them circling the wagons, for God's sakes. You know the route they're going to take, and then they come down the main road. What's being done? I really, really would like to know what is being done about this. Passing a bylaw is amazing, but enforcing it is absolutely something different, isn't it? And I really would like to know what is going to be done about this, please. I'm sorry, I have no PowerPoint. I'm a taxpayer. I've paid all my taxes. I've never created any problem, but you've now raised my taxes $300 a year on a pension as a single senior, paying $5,300. So I think I have every right to ask, what are you going to do for me and this community? You've just built a wall on Dixie Road. Is something going to happen here on Bramalea Road before I die? I'm 75 now. I'd like to see something done. We get the noise from the park. We get the noise from the street. It's just all around us. I've had to rearrange my living room because I can't hear the TV in the summer. And then I have to put my air conditioner on at night so I can get to sleep because of the noise. I'm not conserving any energy here, and that's not fair to me. I pay a lot of money to live here. I don't want to move. This is my home. But I don't want to see these people that have the power to do what they want and not follow rules. Some of these people don't believe in rules, and we need to enforce them. Please, I just need help with that. I think I'm done.
Thank you very much, Renate, for your delegation and for keeping to time. Thank you very much for your questions. I would ask that our bylaw enforcement staff perhaps provide a response to Renate in regards to her questions.
Through the chair, I believe the standard process is that we would refer this to staff. However, I can say a few words on this. Our jurisdiction is limited in what we can do, and we don't have the right to stop moving vehicles. That is a appeal police matter. We have passed bylaws, as council is aware, as this council has passed bylaws about vehicle noise, but there's a limited ability to enforce those, like I said, with moving vehicles. There have been changes to the Highway Traffic Act that address this, but it's really the Peel Police that would have the jurisdiction to enforce those.
Thank you so much, Samir, and I'm hopeful that one of my colleagues will refer this delegation back to staff for a more thorough response. Councillor Vicente and Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps in addition to Samir's comments, if we could ask staff to just detail some of the work that we've been doing across the city to do traffic calming in neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
I think that was a question from Councilor Vicente, but I'm happy to, because that's exactly what I was going to do. Was so. Thank you, Renat, for your delegation. I think that we all agree with you. It's very extremely hard to manage, but I think what we've done, not only with this past budget, but last year implementing the ASC cameras, getting them in our school zones, we see a dramatic decrease of cars that are speeding in our school zones. So they're clearly working, and we'll continue to. I think we're rolling out some 200 new ASE or 150 ASE cameras, hopefully coming out very soon to continue to deter speeders from our community safety zones. To keep people safe, but also the speed humps that are happening more and more in some of the neighborhoods that aren't of the not near a school zone, but these, I think, speed humps are also deterring. I wish the mayor was here to be able to talk to some of the other cameras that we're installing at the lights. To further deter speeding and safety concerns, but for Peel Regional Police, Project Noisemaker has done a tremendous amount of work as well in trying to get these noisy vehicles. I know that my children often complain to me about loud exhaust systems that are roaring past the back of the house. So. But I think we also all have a job to do, because in this room, it's guaranteed that one of our children have a vehicle that has a noisy muffler. Almost guaranteed, because of the stats and how many vehicles are out there. So I think we all have a job to do. Whether you have a neighbor, a discussion could be had, but we all need to work together to see what we can do. It's not one over the other, but I think. I've had a discussion with a neighbor that was on my street that would roar up the 410, and I could hear them all the way from the 410 living in Heart Lake, and then coming all the way down Mayfield and all the way up Kennedy and all the way into our subdivision, until I had a conversation with them, and they don't do that anymore. So I think we all have a part to play, and we'll continue to see what we can do. But you're absolutely right, Renata. It's very hard to enforce, but we'll keep doing what we're doing. And if anybody has any ideas, we're happy to hopefully look at and implement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Councillor Paleshi, we have a referral motion from Councillor Vicente to refer this back to staff for a more detailed response to the delegate. to include all the measures that the City of Brampton has taken in place regarding traffic calming measures and noise pollution related to vehicular traffic. All those in favor for the referral? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Renata, for your delegation. Item number 6.7 is a delegation from Zohaib Hanif, Realtor, regarding the purchase or lease of city property located at 52 Bramley Road, Ward 7. Welcome, Zohaib. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to thank everyone for taking time out of the day to listen to our delegation. My name is Zohaib Hanif. I'm an agent with Remax Gold, and I'll be representing my clients, also known as Ultimate Car Wash. So today will be regarding the property located on 52 Bramlea Road, it being the major intersection of Bramlea and Steeles Avenue East. So this property is a city-owned property. It used to be a fire hall, but it's been vacant for the past couple of years. So as you can see in the picture, the red line would be the cars entering the car wash. They would enter through the backside of the building through a 60-foot tunnel car wash, and the blue line would be the cars leaving the car wash. This property is located next to 4 other automotive shops, and it would be a great addition to the city. That's it.
Thank you for your delegation. Do any members have any questions regarding the delegation? Councillor Plush, do you have a question? No? Okay. So the delegation, Councillor Power, do you have a question?
Thank you through the chair. I think we'd refer this back to staff to investigate further and receive the delegation. No.
There's a process,
I know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so is this I first have a motion to receive the delegation, and okay, so motion to receive the delegation from Councillor Paleshi. All those in favor, anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for your delegation, Zohaib. The next delegation on the agenda is a delegation from Imran Hassan, Chair of the Peel Crime Stoppers Month, and request for use of a city facility for a fundraising event. Welcome, Imran Hassan. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to say on behalf of the Peel Crime Stoppers Board, I'd like to wish yourself, Madam Chair, your worship, and respected members of council a very happy new year. I know that we had an opportunity to connect with many of you at the New Year's levee at City Hall, and it was very nice to see all the smiling faces. But for the rest of us who haven't connected, I just wanted to wish you all the very best for 2024 and beyond. As you mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, January is Crime Stoppers Month, and I also would like to thank Mayor Brown and respected members of council at the City of Brampton for proclaiming January as Crime Stoppers Month earlier this year. As you know, Peel Crime Stoppers was established in 1976, and it's been almost 5 decades now. And here in Peel Region in 1997, we've been working together with the police, the media, and the public to help keep our community safe. There are currently 37 chapters of Crime Stoppers in Ontario, 87 chapters across Canada, and over 1,700 chapters worldwide. Crime Stoppers is the anonymous tip line where concerned citizens can call 1-800-222-TIPS, that's 8477, to provide any information about any suspicious or illegal activities that are happening in the community so that we can put a stop to crime, prevent crime, and help solve serious crimes. There is no sustainable funding that's received by the Crime Stoppers chapter to help offset our operational costs, which include the tip line and the website and office, space, marketing materials, workshop materials, and so on and so forth. That's funding that we do out into the fundraising we do out in the community through various different initiatives. And we have probably in 2023 executed on 16 different initiatives, including many in Brampton. They were car washes, car shows, again, to promote road safety. I want to thank the previous delegation for highlighting, road safety. We're advocating all the time for road safety, working with our law enforcement partners. And we do different initiatives, including railway safety and senior safety. So all of these programs are free to the public. And it's something that we take great time, consideration, and mindfulness when we're planning. I want to just highlight the 2023 statistics that are on the screen now. As you can see that tips from 2022 have actually increased by 10% through the telephone, 17% online, and arrests have increased by 100%. So you can see that your Crime Stoppers program here in Peel is working quite effectively. And I want to thank the public and especially the concerned citizens who have taken the time and the initiative to contact Peel Crime Stoppers and report. So we are planning to host a hockey pickup game fundraiser, and we're asking the city of Brampton for space so that we can host this event, perhaps 2 pads over 4 hours. And we have a requested date of Thursday, April the 18th between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. If council sees fit to sanction this request, then we as Peel Crime Stoppers will be able to organize that fundraiser, which will include participation by our courageous first responders, businesses in the security industry, supporters, and if I may invite Mayor Brown and members of this respected council.
You have less than a minute remaining.
I'm just wrapping up. To join us for this initiative. I just want to close by saying that community safety is a shared responsibility, and together we are making this community safer and stronger. And I want to thank Mayor Brown, Madam Chair, and respected members of council for this opportunity. And I'm taking any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Imran, for your delegation. There is Mayor Brown on the board. Mayor Brown.
Well, first of all, Imran, thank you. Peel Crime Stoppers does tremendous work supporting and amplifying the reach of the Peel Police, and it is that important support network that in many cases provides key investigative material to the police. So thank you for what you're doing. I know it's volunteers who are spending their time supporting this organization. You had mentioned this to me, and I remember telling you, come and delegate to council. I forgot that you were doing that, but during the day, quite often we have empty, unused ice pads. And I said if it was during a weekday when we had empty, unused ice pads, I'd be happy to move a motion to support this. I'm not sure procedurally if I can do that at the delegation, but looking to the clerk, if I looking to the commissioner, I think the wording would be if there's unused ice pads during the day, which tends to be the case on a weekday, that we would support this request.
Through the chair to the mayor, we can certainly work with the delegate to find some unused ice time and facilitate the event.
So through the chair, our advice would be to refer this back to staff for consideration and identify appropriate funding source.
Okay. So a referral back to staff from Mayor Brown to put this under consideration and identify a funding source. Commissioner Boyce, does that work?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Referral motion from Mayor Brown. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. The next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Imran. The next delegation is 6.10. Delegation from Ronald Nardillo, Brampton resident, regarding the condition of Bloomingdale Park in Ward 3. Welcome, Ronald. Good to see you in person. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Great, thank you.
Through the chair. Sorry, through the chair, we're actually at 6.9.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
I missed it. 6.9. I'm sorry, my mistake. Delegation 6.9 is from Steeson Matthew, founder, CEO of Loop Parking Incorporated, modernizing parking enforcement with AI curbside parking detection system. Welcome, Steeson. You have a maximum of 5 minutes, and you are also here in person.
For sure.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor Patrick Brown, and also shout out to True to inviting us to present this in front of the City Council. So as mentioned, I'm Stephen Matthew, co-founder of Loop Parking. We are working from Brampton Beck co-working space right across. So I wanted to talk about the project that we are proposing to work with the City of Brampton. Next slide, please. Yes. So Loop Parking focus on problems in cities, as well as we all know, finding an empty parking spot in bigger cities is getting harder and more expensive, and this leads to more parking violations. Studies shows also 30% of city traffic is caused by people who's cruising for parking spaces. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. Already we all know the bike lane parkings are one of the major concerns, and it's been almost addressed over here, but it's been moved to next week, I guess. But that's endangering, again, cyclists' lives as well. So a better solution is needed for that one as well. Next slide, please. So increasing hate crime against parking enforcement officers and also less manpower to enforce these violations are some of the other challenges that our city is currently facing. Next slide, please. So Loop Parking is trying to solve these issues with ParkSense Plus. ParkSense Plus is an AI-powered parking detection system which provides real-time parking violation monitoring, license plate recognition, bike lane and fire route parking violation alerts to the parking enforcement officers, and real-time parking availability for the drivers. ParkSense Plus makes parking enforcement smarter and city more efficient. Next slide, please. So in a successful, also a real-time parking availability would be provided for the drivers through the app that can able to help them to plan their commute and navigate to that exact parking spot. So this will help to reduce the search time and also CO2 emission and the city traffic as well. Next slide, please. So in a successful pilot with the town of Newmarket, with the support of Rogers Communication, we showcase our solution works very efficient and cost effective compared to the ground-based park-based sensor. So we have actually done a comparison study, and we are actually saving nearly $75,000 for the project which we have done in Newmarket, almost like a 6-time cost saving. So cost was like one major concern or barrier for adopting these smart technologies. So we are addressing that one as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, can you play the video?
Through the chair, we'll just bring up the video momentarily.
So this is a live demonstration or a live platform which is currently town of Newmarket is currently using. As you can see, in every minute it will update and provide real data. It also provides with the current availability, what's the occupancy rate, and all those informations would be available in the dashboard and also for the for the app as well. So we are using regular IP cameras or CCTV cameras. With the help of AI, we process the images. As you can see, we can able to identify how much time each cars have been parked in a specific location. Also, this would give parking enforcement officers and city.
Susan, you have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah. So if you can. So this dashboard also provides you with, helps parking enforcement officers to provide real-time alerts, and also they can able to filter out what are the overnight parking violations, or is there any overtime parking violations, or if you have parked in a bike lane and all those things. So that helps them to optimize their parking routes as well. So this dashboard also provides city with enough data for providing you with the statistics and also the occupancy rate, turnover rate, and all those things. So we request city, along with all the council members, to do a pilot project with us in city of Brampton to showcase the capability and also help our parking enforcement officers.
Amazing. Thank you for your delegation. With 2 seconds to spare, there are some questions from members of committee. Councillor Tour, followed by Councillor Pleshy, then Councillor Brar. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stephen, for coming in, talking to all council about this. You and I spoke about this a while ago when you gave me the demo of the entire platform. And it is very impressive to see startups like this that are Brampton startups that come out from the Brampton Entrepreneur Center. And, I made those similar comments, I think, in the previous council meeting, that when we have innovation that's happening right here in Brampton, I would love to find as a way to test those innovative solutions in Brampton as well. So thank you for delegating to all of council. I'm sure councillors have questions about this. I've asked all my questions to you already, and just want to let everybody know I would actually refer this delegation to staff to see in what kind of ways we can work with a solution like this. Is there a possibility to implement something like this in the city of Brampton, similar to the town of Newmarket? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support your referral. Thank you for your delegation. I think this is fantastic, much needed in the city. Always looking for ways we can implement technology to help us out. Parking right now, parking enforcement has vehicles that have cameras on their vehicles, snapping pictures, and so maybe an incorporation could be done. But look forward to the report when it comes back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brar.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you, Stephen, for bringing this program here. Councillor Pleshy and I had a visit to Mount Pleasant with illegal parking. We had a lot of overnight parking, and I think it strikes to me that these are the issues that we're having, and implementing this program would be so amazing. So happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vicente.
Yeah, just one more comment to say thank you for bringing this to council. I know here at the City of Brampton, we've been endeavoring to look at solutions and ideas that can make the city a smarter city. And we've been participating in smart city conferences around the world. And this is just the kind of thing that we see being used in other jurisdictions and in other countries. It's fabulous. Fully support staff looking at this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vicente. As I was reviewing the agenda package over the weekend, I saw this presentation and thought it was really cool.
Thank
and
you.
I believe Councillor Tour might have a referral motion. Councillor Tour.
Yes, please. I see that being reflected on the screen, that this be referred to staff for consideration. We have our parking master plan to staff that, work on that plan, to work with planning, work with enforcement, and try to see if we can implement a solution like this in our city. I think it's super beneficial. So
Thank you.
I would just like to move that motion. Thank you.
Referral motion back to staff for consideration. Councillor Tour? Yes? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Our next delegation is 6.10, a delegation from Ronald Nardeo, Brampton resident, regarding the condition of Bloomingdale Park Ward 3. Welcome back, Ronald.
Thank you.
You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Ronald. I'm a long-life resident of Amantine and Bloomingdale area. The reason why I decided to come into council is over the past years, we've been asking for the park to be taken care of and upgraded. Some of the issues we have is you have undergrowth around the fence lines that gets really bushy, and if the kids are playing there, the ball goes into there, they're scared to go in. They have animals living there, shrub patches. There's also water in the sand pit if it rains. There's water. If they can loop the pictures I submitted, yeah, there you go. You can follow the pictures. So what I decided to do was, over a period of time, is to take pictures at different times of the year so you can see what we're going through at that park. Thanks to Sonia, she was able to get me here and also refer me to Jim Pittman. And from the time I made the request to come and speak to you guys, I was in contact with Jim, and he actually came out and met with me, and he said that he was going to be able to take care of most of the issues we have. Some of what you were asking is to basically just clean the park, put new play equipment, and also to have a general sense of uplifting the park. One thing they're suggesting is that they can only do play pads or play equipment for younger kids or older kids. We're asking if they could do it for all kids of different ages. And that's basically my presentation. And, sorry. I want to say, as a parent, we like to get our kids off of the iPads and screen time and into parks where they can develop friendship and get to know their peers other than a screen name on a screen. And that's basically my presentation. Like I said, you can see the pictures, they speak for themselves. And if you guys can help us in upgrading the park, we'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ronald. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you so much for your delegation and for your passion for our parks. There's a couple concerning things with your photos, and I'll have to talk to staff about, when we look at the ruts going in and out of the park, I don't know if that's snow removal or if that's garbage pickup or what's causing them, but we need to definitely look at that. In conversations with staff, I do know that the park is going to be replaced next year, and as well for the playground and doing rubber mulch and the walkway. And there is a cleanup plan for the spring. Some of the water that I'm seeing in the photos is a bit concerning. So I would hope that staff are looking to address those issues, and maybe Commissioner, you could speak to me on that one if you don't mind.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Keenan. So we will, as you mentioned, be doing the playground replacement this year, along with the rubber mulch, which will then fix the drainage in the playground so it actually drains. We will also be replacing the walkway, but in the interim, we'll be cleaning up, pumping out the water that's currently in the sand right now, and then fixing up that apron so that when the trucks drive in, they will not go on the grass and not create those divots and ruts. And we will be working on that over the coming months and through the summer with the replacement of the trail and the playground.
Yeah. And I must say that Jim, after speaking to him, he was very quick in getting things addressed, like they put tape around the area. So things are moving along. It's just that I was scheduled to be here. I didn't want that to show up. So thank you again. And, kids will be happy to have a great park in the area. Thanks again for your time.
Appreciate your delegation. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. So is that a referral motion back to staff to deal with? Thank you. Referral from Councillor Keenan. All those in favor, anyone opposed, that motion carries. The next delegation, which is unrelated to RRL, is a delegation from Nation Chong, Vice President, Community Opportunities and Mobilization, United Way, Greater Toronto, regarding the Community Benefits Policy 11.2.3, which is a report being held for delegations. I will bring up that report at the time of delegation as well, if members of committee so want to approve that. So, Nation Chong, you have a maximum of 5 minutes. Nation Chong, are you online or in person?
Through the chair, I believe Nation
I'm
is online.
I'm online. I'm ready to go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Nation. Go ahead. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor, Councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today on the proposed Brampton Community Benefits Policy. Again, my name is Nation Chung, Vice President of Community Opportunities and Mobilization at United Way Greater Toronto. United Way has been at the forefront of building inclusive communities and a key partner with government in advancing community benefits through the region. From the Poverty by Postal Code report to building inclusive communities, we recognize geographic nature of poverty and have put into practice specific tools, approaches, and interventions to enable more equitable economic outcomes. As a founding member of the first ever Transit Community Benefits Agreement in Ontario for the Eglinton Crosstown LRT project and signatory for the West Park Healthcare Centre Agreement, United Way has collaborated to deliver hundreds of jobs and thousands of dollars of benefits for residents through community benefits agreements. This work continues today as United Way funded community benefits networks in Toronto and Peel lead and advocate for community benefits on other major infrastructure projects such as the Hazel McCallion LRT and Ontario Line. Community benefits present a unique opportunity for governments to maximize the impact of public funds already being spent to foster more inclusive and equitable economic growth. This approach is critically important at a time when the region faces significant economic and social challenges that are widening the gap between low and high income neighborhoods, making it increasingly difficult for low income earners to afford even the basic necessities of life. United Way was pleased to be invited to provide input into the draft Brampton Community Benefits Policy in August last year. Drawing from both experience and best practice, we provided 5 recommendations to maximize the impact of community benefits for Brampton residents and structurally disadvantaged groups. We feel that these recommendations and best practice could be more explicitly reflected in the community benefits policy being presented to Brampton Council for approval today, and we urge Council to consider the following recommendations. First, outcomes from the past community benefits agreements in Canada, the US, and abroad have demonstrated that setting clear and measurable targets are the most effective way in ensuring that tangible benefits are delivered for the target groups identified. When vendors have discretion to set aspirational rather than mandatory targets, they are not as successful in achieving results. Therefore, we recommend that the policy provides clear, defined minimum targets for community benefits. It is important, however, to ensure that the targets set are reasonable, measurable, achievable, and can be delivered without risking quality, unduly increasing costs, or lengthening the project timeline. This can be achieved through close collaboration between the construction industry, trade labor unions, and employment and community agencies. Second, the scope of the policy could be expanded to include non-construction related jobs to provide greater opportunities to more job seekers. A range of skill sets and expertise across various professions are needed to successfully deliver major construction projects. Projects require not only tradespeople and skilled laborers to build infrastructure, but also professional, administrative, technical positions to oversee functions such as project design, finance, and administration. To maximize the opportunity for connecting Brampton residents to good jobs, the policy could be expanded to include all workers required to deliver a project, including PAT jobs. Third, community benefits agreements provide an opportunity for the city and vendors to work in partnership with community and across sectors to ensure the process to deliver community benefits is inclusive and collaborative. All partners, including the city, residents, vendors, contractors, unions, employment, and community agencies, should work collaboratively throughout the life cycle of the project to ensure that the defined benefits are being realized by the targeted groups. Brampton residents, specifically those from structurally disadvantaged groups, must be meaningfully engaged from the beginning of the project to the end of the project. Fourth, we recommend that effective and inclusive workforce development pathways are created to train and support job seekers.
Nation, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Government, contractors, unions, and employment and community agencies all play a critical role in creating effective workforce development pathways to support community benefits hiring. In some cases, partners have invested in developing a new central entity that can act as an intermediary and coordinate the recruitment, training, and placement of job seekers hiring. And lastly, we recommend specific mechanisms are put into place to ensure accountability. The policy lacks clarity around how projects will be selected as community benefits projects, leaving the decision to the sole discretion of the Director of Purchasing. We strongly recommend that the city develops clear and consistent criteria around the selection of CBAs and includes those criteria with the policy to ensure the selection process is fair and transparent. In conclusion, this is a crucial opportunity for the city to develop a community benefits policy that will leverage public spending to reduce economic inequality. We urge Council to consider incorporating the recommendations.
Thank you, Nation. That's your time.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Nation, for your delegation. I see no questions from members of Council on the board or online. Motion from Councillor Brar to receive the delegation. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Nation, for your delegation. We'll now bring forward the Community Benefits Policy Report 11.2.3 in order to deal with that matter now. Motion to approve the report. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Oh, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry, who's moving? Moved by Councillor or Deputy Mayor Singh. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. 11.2.3 has now been dealt with. The next item on the agenda are the RRL delegations, which we will begin to hear at this time. Because the delegations added regarding government relations has been asked to be added after lunch, which we will do so after the RRL delegations are heard. So we will begin the RRL delegations. In terms of timing, as promised, members of committee and staff, we will break for lunch, likely at 12:30. So we will go in order of the RRL delegations, but I also want to make sure that we have staff respond to those delegates who are delegating earlier. So I will ask staff to prepare their response and presentation to those delegates by 12 o'clock. So if staff can prepare responses to the delegates who present before 12 o'clock, that would be great. That will give staff an opportunity for half an hour before we go on break. So beginning with our delegations related to 6.11, residential rental licensing pilot program. Our first delegation is from Alok Paliwal. Alok Paliwal is here in person. Welcome. Oh, I apologize. Mayor Brown wanted to say a few words to address all the delegates. Mayor Brown.
Just for time efficiency for those who may be here, I saw there's a large number of delegates. One of the reasons that the website was changed was to update it with council's original intention, and that was if you have a legal unit, this doesn't affect you. There's no fee, there's no process, you're automatic. So if you have a legal unit, this doesn't affect you. You don't necessarily have to wait around. If you currently have an illegal unit, then today's discussion will matter to you. But if you're legal, you're automatic. No fee, no forms, automatic. Illegal units, the conversation today will affect you, so you should stay. But if you're currently legal, it does not affect you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Brown. Okay, so and we all appreciate the passion in the room, but just a reminder, the clerk did share the rules of delegations and the public gallery. There is no clapping, etc. So we will now hear, okay, folks, order. We will now go through the list in order of the delegations, beginning with Mr. Alok Paliwal, who has been patiently standing in the front. Mr. Paliwal, you have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation. You may now proceed. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I really didn't understand to detail what Mr. Brown was saying about legality of apartments. But what little we know of the RL program or the upcoming program, we had strong reservations in terms of how this was addressed, brought about without a town hall meeting, considering residents, almost 700,000 residents, and we thought discussion needed to be more in depth, maybe some other opportunity, not maybe now here. But things are very fluid, so I can just leave it at that. Maybe there are things I'm not aware of. I'm just trying to understand the whole logic about addressing things in Brampton which are kind of broad, in terms of in the purview of the federal and the provincial in addition to the municipal level. And some of the challenges that we are facing in Brampton require a partnership, and some of the partnerships are still lagging, as we know, with province and federal, the kind of people coming in and the kind of provincial restrictions that we have in terms of landlord and tenant board and everything like that. I won't go into the details of that, but the point is all of these problems remaining, we can't bring a new program in without addressing the other challenges that we already have in the room with respect to all the stakeholders on problems faced by Brampton. So that's the concern. If it is just the legality of the legal basement, nobody has to be worried about that aspect of the licensing program. It's automatic. I would have to check into those details, but from what we heard was, there are issues that needed to be addressed, especially with respect to bylaw enforcement and things like that. We have reservations in terms of how they're enforced right now. Backlog with respect to forcing, and our concerned resident was, okay, too much enforcing, newer laws, bylaws being created, and then enforcing them, and newer licensing, enforcing them, be just adding the tax numbers and how to enforce that aspect. We're already dealing with situation of crime in Brampton along with Peel. That's also a safety thing that is also lacking the funding for the cops. The 911 is kind of failing right now. Break-in and enters are. The point is there are other bigger challenges where our tax dollars should be going, and we need to address where we don't want to create more things that we can't enforce, and it should be kind of, the compliance should just be part of training and education, so it's actually grounded on their own. Society works. A few bad apples, need to be addressed, but primarily Brampton citizens have done a good job so far, and we are on board with anything that new comes up. But at the same time, we need to be heard, and in terms of what needs to happen, and any reservations should be really addressed, because if it, from the looks of it, the licensing program was failing from start. We already had reservations. So we were concerned in terms of what's going on, how was this addressed, and why is there's no compliance, no onboarding with the residents before something like this drastic happens. So we need stakeholders from province and federal on board, along with the Brampton, City of Brampton's initiatives. Then we can address the challenges, and that too with the training and safety, education, less with compliance by enforcement, because enforcement doesn't work. That's just passing the buck, and as we see with crime, keeps on going up, even with enforcement. So compliance has to be with onboarding, and we need to believe in the initiatives first before we kind of present a good picture for the Brampton. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alok Paliwal, for your delegation. Mayor Brown for question or comment.
Oh, just one question. You can come back up if you like. I think you're going to find that most people agree on the general themes here today, but do you have a legal unit?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and are you okay with us inspecting illegal units?
That was my question, like illegality wasn't being addressed from what I could hear in the terms of new licensing program. I thought, okay, this is for the legal stuff.
So if this is to give us ability to inspect an illegal unit, are you okay with that?
But so long as the legal ones are not really.
So the question is.
Through the chair, if I can remind the audience, there will be no speaking from the gallery.
So the reason, so one speaker time. So you do support us being able to inspect an illegal rental unit.
But that's a part of the process already. When the homeowner approaches, or somebody comes in as bylaw, they want to inspect. We already allow that inspection, don't we?
So, okay, earlier this week there was a unit where 25 students were living in an unsafe fire trap that was nearby.
Okay.
Would you agree with us that that shouldn't be permitted?
But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Brown, and thank you, Alok Paliwal, for your delegation. I would ask the clerk that before the break, we will receive the delegations up into that point, including the response from staff before the break, and then proceed to the other delegations moving forward as a group versus all of them all at the same time. If folks are okay with that? Yeah, thank you. The next delegation is Jasveer Singh. Jasveer Singh, you are up next. You have a maximum of 5 minutes. Jasveer, are you here? Jasveer is not here.
Number 2 and number 3.
The next delegation is Parambir Langa.
That person is not here.
Sorry?
Number 3 is not present.
Okay, so I'm going to call the names out publicly, and then you can let me know if they're here or not. So Parambir Langa, are you here?
No.
Thank you. Number 4, Rajnish Joshi. Thank you, Rajnish Joshi. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good morning, Member of Councils. First of all, just Mr. Mayor told about that the legal unit and illegal unit for the inspection. I have only one question. As per the LTB rule, if we have to go to the basement or we have to meet with the tenants, we need to give them the notice for the 24 hours. Then how I can give you the permission, you can come in my property and check and then go to my basement. Even that's also depends on the tenant. He will approve that he will give me the permission to come in the basement or no. Second thing, 15 years ago, when I came in,
I'm sorry, point of order.
Just
1 second. There is no comments or clapping from the public gallery, and that is justified with the clerk and our procedural bylaws. So we would ask the members of the public gallery to be respectful and follow the rules. Thank you. You may proceed.
15 years ago, when I came in this country, I came in only for two things. First is safety and second is health. But health, you know about everything. When we go to the hospital, we have to wait for 6 to 8 hours minimum over there. In the last year, I faced this thing, same thing with the 4 to 6 times. And for the safety, when would you call 911, they will hold you for the 15 or 17 minutes. After that, they said help is on the way and help come after 14 hours.
Point of order.
Help.
I'm sorry,
Help
Mr. Joshi. Your topic for the delegation is on residential rental licensing, not about the hospital and not about 911.
I'm coming over there. But after 14 hours, when police came over there, that's happened with the last week with me. I am paying taxes over there, and I have no freedom to stay in my house. I have no safety, no health-wise. I don't know how you guys are running your city. And the second thing, I am paying my taxes, and I am paying my utilities. You guys make the rule in the favor of tenants. If they guys are not giving me my rent, if they guys are not giving me my utilities, if they guys are damaging my property, and even I cannot evict them. I don't know what type of these rules. And you, as per, okay, you already told that this is only for the legal basements and no legal basements. And I have only one question. If I give my basement or an apartment or a home to the 2 people or 4 people, and after that they guys invite their friends, they guys invite their more relatives. I will report to the city that this is my legal basement I give to the 2 people. Has the city any right to send them out from my property if there are 10 people? And you guys put this formula only for the till 4th unit. I don't know, because in a big property, first unit is the main hall, second unit is the basement, third unit is another basement if they have 2 basements, fourth unit he can make a garden house, and after that the builders' apartments start. Why you guys the big relief to give the builders? Why this discrimination here? If we are doing business, builder is also doing business, apartments is also doing business. What the formula is this? I don't know. For all that things, I emailed my concern to my councillors, to mayor, even for the robbery things, or whatever carjacking is going to the police chief and defense minister. Everyone replied me. Only 2 persons not replied, my councillor and my mayor. Because after votes, they guys forget us.
Point of order.
That's it, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, the international students. And if these formula you guys implement only for the international students, why you guys not put the limitation of the international students? This is recession time. There is no work for your citizens, and you are again inviting the international.
1 minute remaining.
And you guys again inviting the international student and with the full time work over there. They guys are working cash, and we are paying taxes while we have no work. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation, Mayor Brown.
Chair Santos, I think there may be some confusion where someone can come and delegate and they ask a question, and I don't know if there's an ability to have the answers posted at some point. Maybe there's a question there of bylaw, a question there of planning, and they're very simple, straightforward answers about how a business inspection happens or how a planning works for a developer. And so I'm just not sure whether we're going to get the same questions from each delegate, whether there's an opportunity now for those quick, straightforward answers to be given to the delegate. For the deputations, you make a deputation and council listens, but there's not an opportunity for you to ask questions. But and like those may be coming up again, I wonder if there's an opportunity to give those straightforward answers. The last thing I just want to say, our funding, we're not talking about healthcare or guns and gangs today. Our funding in Brampton is based on per capita from the province and feds. The fact we have 100,000 people potentially living in illegal units means we don't get that money. So it means the pressure on the healthcare and the police is exasperated because of this. We want more money for those services. We need to actually know who's living in these illegal units. But is there a way, Councillor Santos, to have Commissioner Ganesh and bylaw be able to respond to that?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Brown. At 12 o'clock, we will be asking staff to present and respond to the delegates who've already delegated before the lunch break. Our intention is to have a lunch break by about 12:30, and then after that break, hear the remainder of the RRL delegation. So staff will be responding at 12 noon.
So those answers coming for everyone that may wonder why there was not a response.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Mayor Brown. Number 5 is Ravi Sohal. Ravi, are you here?
Yes.
Welcome. You have a maximum of 5 minutes to delegate.
My request before I begin, and my request that because I'm also delegating on the behalf of the other person, so I'm representing that person, so I will be continuously speaking for that 5 minutes as well. So first of all, I would go away from my speech, what I have prepared for that, because this is a twist which has happened by the mayor, and which is, I personally don't feel that that's ethical, because when we are bringing the delegation, prior to the delegations, to split everything, every person's opinion into the 2 different directions, which is not acceptable. And these particular decisions has to be held after the delegation, but that kind of the announcement should not be happen prior to any kind of the delegations, which is definitely is not acceptable, and it is not a professional way of representing the city council as well. So again, because I will be answering the questions that if there is an illegal basement, because I'm going to be totally going out of the speech as of now, because how the situation has happened, because now the question has asked that if there is an illegal basement, so is that the city can enter it? City should know that answer themselves. City should not ask that questions to the resident. What the city's authorities are there? There are the bylaws are written for that. What is the for the compliant unit and for the non-compliant unit? According to that, all these bylaws are there. In this the RRL, there is no amendment has made to the property standard or any bylaws. It is just asked for the acknowledgement. When it is asked for the acknowledgement, there are the procedures putting the multi-million dollars, this plan, because when we are sitting into these chairs, drafting that from the years and bringing it out, and after that we are promoting it to all the sites, all that money is coming from the taxes. It's our money, it's our taxes, and that should be utilized into the effective way. What are the pain point of the city, instead of not to be fulfilling their election mandate, that we will be bringing that on the specific segments of the people who are looking for that kind of the so-called of the plan, which is not efficient, which is not effective. And right now, when we are asking that question, what is the benefit of this RRL program, because I did not get any independent objective or any quantitative data which we can analyze or analysis at the end conclude that whether this program will effectively work. And when we are asking for the pilot program, when we are making some curry at the home, so we take it by the one single spoon to taste it. That is a pilot program. Right now, implementing in the half of the Brampton, when 60% of the population is covered by these 5 words, I will call it as a phased implementation, divide and rule. People who are not covered by the pilot program will not speak that, and then they will be simply rule out all these the bylaws. When we put all these petitions, right now I'm not representing only for myself, I'm talking from the behalf of the 7,000 people who have signed these petitions. And why the city, when their legal team had drafted that kind of the program, and which took the 1 year to be put that forward, and within the 3 weeks we have put in the pause. Because there are the flaws, there is a flawed logics that is bringing into the pictures just to make a law for the election mandate, but it is not serving the purpose. The first thing was thought that it will be targeting the illegal units. When originally it was launched, it is not targeting the illegal unit. It is only targeting the legal units. This is all the twist which has happened right now. Before the delegation, which is already I addressed that is illegal, and that should not be happening at that time. And so that's why, because
and you have 1 minute left, Ravi.
I'm also taking the other 5 minutes which I'm representing. So I will keep continuing. So this one, this particular, the first objective for the targeting the illegal basement is not addressed by the RRL at all. So if this is not, the objective is not addressed, this program should be scrapped. We should go back to the drawing board. We have to sit with the residents and to be look for the other alternative. We should bring some initiative, bring some awareness, give the tax-free or interest-free loans to the residents, to promote them, educate them, give them time so that they will become compliant, because the purpose of this one is the health and safety. If non-compliant unit, because the illegal word is a wrong word, it's a vague word, and I don't know because why the city of Brampton is using, mostly the cities are using the compliant and the non-compliant, that is the right terminology which we should use. And so if there is a non-compliant unit, that should be addressed by the certain measures, but we don't see the city's measure, because city is just using a hammer to open up the lock, but it's not using the key, which we can be open it and close it again and again. Hammer will broke the lock, and so that's why, because I don't like this approach. Another is initially there is a redundant inspections. Why? Already we have went through. Now after the 3 weeks and before the delegation, we have turned back already because legal units are not included in this. Absolutely, this is not right. This is not right. This initially the redundant inspection which was put into the place, if we were not ready to
That's your time, Ravi.
that might not be going in.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Ravi. In the beginning of your delegation, you had mentioned that you were speaking on behalf of other members on the list.
That's right.
Who are the members on the list you're speaking on behalf?
That would be Hetal Parikha and Manjeet Sohal.
Okay, so for those two delegates, you've spoken on their behalf, and so we will remove them from the list.
Yes, I will be
Okay.
taking their time as well.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. The next delegation on the list is three.
My question
Oh.
is that, am I getting their time to because they gave me the point, so they are not feeling the shy, they're feeling shy to be speaker here.
Okay.
I'm asking the committee if they will give me the exceptions.
Okay.
And they will give me.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Suggestion from my council colleague is that when their time is up, we will call you back up to speak on their behalf. Thank you, because there are other delegates ahead of you. Okay. The next delegation, I believe, is Sri Pratap Satya. Sri Pratap Satya, are you here? Nope, he is not. They are not here. Delegate number 7, Uday Gupta. Uday Gupta, welcome. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Hello, councillors and Mayor Brown. Thank you for allowing me to speak about this RRL issue. Obviously, things have been cleared a bit by Mayor Brown. Not sure if it has been done administratively or it was just speak about it. So all of us are here for a particular reason, which is RRL was not complying to the present system that we are already doing. So we are already having a legal basement and obviously renting it out and getting the things done. But licensing and means taking out time from our regular office works and all this doesn't make any sense to comply with any other things. So, but if the things have been rolled back, then it's good enough, and that's what we wanted. So thank you for whatever has been done, and we appreciate all of the work being done on the right direction. Thank you.
I apologize. The next delegation on the list is Baljit Singh Sandhu. Baljit Singh,
Hi.
welcome. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
No problem. Member of the City Council and the residents of Brampton, myself Baljit Sandhu before you today to address a matter of great significance to our community, the residential licensing bylaw that currently governs the rental unit. My first question is that, like the legal basements have been exempted, or they will still fall under this, the rental licensing bylaw. And if they don't, then my second thing is, like if we say this law will ultra-vire the Residential Tenancy Act, then it ultra-vires the Municipality Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act, and Ontario Human Code. And if you see, if it is a section 4, of the Tenancy Act, which clearly says that there is an inconsistent, if tenancy agreement is inconsistent with any of the act, that is a void. And second, you said like officer can enter in the building without warrant to inspect the property. I mean to say, like, dwelling is dwelling, whether it is rental or it is my owner occupied, you have to take the lesser, you have to go to the court and get the permission from there and get the warrant to inspect the property. Then there is the section 26 and 27 of Rental Tenancy Act that clearly says, like, you can go without notice in case of emergency and consent, or otherwise you have to give the notice of 24 hours to the tenant. Then the section 56 of residential licensing says, like, you can enter there. If we fail to do that, you will give us the fines, and those fines will be us. They will not be given to the tenants. And if you tell we want to evict the tenants, you have no law for that. And the second thing I want to say about you said the city attempt to enforce the maximum of 4 unrelated tenants in the unit contradicts the Residential Tenancy Act and Ontario Human Code. The city has already mentioned in their lodging house session that the number of occupants alone or their relationship with another does not constitute a contravening of the zoning bylaw. This can be discriminatory based on the code grounds, and people should be able to share the bedroom without scrutiny. Clause 40 of residential rental licensing bylaw. Every landlord is liable for the conduct of each tenant and responsible for ensuring that all tenants will comply with the bylaws, including the municipality. How I can do the policing on the tenants? Why landlords only responsible for the conduct of tenants when both are considered the residents of city? We must be willing to reassess and revise our law to better align with the values and the needs of our citizens. In doing so, we foster a sense of inclusivity and responsiveness to the strength of the fabric of our community. By abolishing the bylaw, we demonstrate our commitment to progress, equality, and democratic principle upon which our city was founded. I urge each of you to consider the implication of this bylaw on our community and join in supporting its abolition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your delegation. The next delegation is Hital Parekh. Hital, are you here? No? Oh, you are? You're representing Hital. So as you come up to the podium, I just want to be mindful of the time. At 12 noon, we will be getting a response from staff to allow for a half an hour to respond to the delegates who have delegated so far, which may mean that we may be able to only have 2 more delegates before staff present. So the representative Hital Parekh, if you could please come forward.
So this is Ravi Solher again, who is representing the Hital Parekh, because my another fellow who is against the RRL program. So I will continue where I have left with my previous session. So one of the councillor has mentioned on the media that because under the RRL program, there is a one consent which is acknowledging that all the bylaws, existing bylaws, will be acknowledged by the landlord. And this program will help them to be city that landlord is acknowledged by this program. Are these the only bylaws only for the landlords? Is that not apply for the other homeowners as well? I think that is, first of all, the discriminatory, because it should be applicable for all of them. Everybody should be acknowledged about their bylaws. If the acknowledgement is only necessary, why we are not following the other cities are doing? Look at the Toronto. Whenever they need any kind of the acknowledgement, they can open up the portal for free of the cost on the yearly basis, where you go and self-declare that you have not made any modifications, you follow with all the bylaws, you acknowledge that that is the measure. We should not bring that the multi-dollars plan to be just to be getting this acknowledgement, which is not acceptable because this is a taxpayer money. Again and again I'm reminding whatever is happening at the City Hall, that is on the cost of the residents. So when we're talking about the overcrowding, already because another fellow Baljiji has already mentioned about that, because there is a legal constraint. City cannot enforce, because in the City of Brampton's website's lodging section itself is saying that they cannot max the limit, they cannot avoid that. It's a discriminatory, it's a on the human rights code's ground. We cannot challenge that. If that kind, under this licensing program, because I'm bound, because legal team understand the contractual obligations, if I'm getting a contract with the city, I will be reflect that contract in my rental licensing. But in my tenancy agreement, if I will do that into the tenancy agreement according to the RTS 4, section 4, it become a null and void, because any provision which is going into the tenancy agreement which is not followed by the code and it's not follow the RTA is totally null and void. Anything which is unjust, which we cannot be enforced into the court of the law, and that will be considered as it is a null and void, it's illegal. That is the right word, because I think this time we can use a word illegal, not to be the non-compliant unit to be called as the illegal. I think we have to revise their definitions. Now we are talking about the garbage collections, overflow. That is a third concern is mentioned about. The purpose of bringing that the RRR program is a garbage overflow. Any license, if I'm taking a license, and how that the garbage flow problem will be flow away. Is that any measures are put into the place? No, there is no measures into the place. Because right now, already because our garbage collection is gone to the bi-weekly, which was like a very good in the way of that it's a weekly collections was happening in the few years ago. And after that, because now city is keep adding the new dwellings unit, additional rental unit, garden unit, this unit, that unit, but still the garbage bin is one bin per property. Even that there are the 2 or the 3 units, there are the legal units, there the legal dwellings are there, which is when city has given the occupancy permit and increased the property taxes. On the basis of that, city acknowledged that there will be more than one family will be living. How can this license program can reduce the garbage volume? Because it is already acknowledged. I think this is unethical. This is the overwastage of the money by this program, and this program has to be scrapped. Go back to the drawing tables, sit with your Bramptons. Every councillor has to go back to their constituencies, go to their wards, talk to their residents, and look for the brainstorm. They can come up with the, thank you, for their ideas. Then there is another interesting thing, which is also breaching the Residential and Tenancy Act, which is we are saying that we, under the clause number 40 of the bylaw of the RRL, there is landlord is responsible for the code and conduct of the tenant. Today, I cannot responsible for the code of conduct of my family member. If my family member, my own child, go and do something, and how can court can hold me responsible for anything the misdeed or anything which is a misconduct is done by that person. That is unacceptable. If I will transfer this particular thing into the Tenancy Act, it's again going to be my contract with the tenant will be going to be null and void. And this is also very unfair, because Canada is a country of the fair policies. Our landlord has signed the lease.
That's your time. Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you so much. The next delegation is, and the last one before, Councillor Tour.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to simplify something here just a little bit, if you would entertain. Ravi is standing there to speak for one more delegate, correct? Just for if this delegation, if he could just give him the extended time, that's what, otherwise there's going to be a lot of no-shows, a lot of people are going to try to speak for each other. I don't think that's the best way forward. If we can just let him finish, let him speak, and that way can we please also just more patiently listening to all of you, The chair's reminded you guys multiple times, please, no applause here, no extra noise here. We're here to listen to you guys, so.
Yeah,
we can
so thank you
entertain
very much for that suggestion, Councillor Toure. I just heard from Councillor Paleshi. They're also in the order of the delegations that have been listed, delegates who also are delegating in support of the program. It would be unfair to them to skip the queue, especially if they're there. So we're going to go by the order of the delegation in order to be fair for everyone. If the delegate who was supposed to be on the list is not present and you're speaking on their behalf, you can speak at the time that they've been allotted. Okay, that's to be fair. We have one more delegation to hear before staff can respond to this group of delegations, at which point, after the staff response and presentation, we will then break for lunch, and then after lunch receive and hear from the other delegations. The next delegation is Rajesh Kumar. Rajesh Kumar.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to talk about RRL project and about this project, how this put together unethically, illegally, inappropriate. It sounds like a bunch of people got together, let's do it, put together this program, presented to the city. I'm very much shocked and disappointed that all councillors passed it, as the Councillor Santos said that all councillors were in favor of this RRL project. There's no doubt there's a problem. I've heard 4 councillors on different channels and deputy mayor. The problem they are talking about is excessive garbage, illegal car parking, grown-up grass, broken eavesdrops, and soffits. Every one of them basically concentrated on these 4 problems. My question is, there's bylaw. Bylaw is not working? The bylaw is already in place. Make them work. If they are not working, then figure out why they're not working. This pilot project is not going to do anything. It's going to cause bigger problems. It will cause a shortage of accommodation because a lot of people will avoid renting their basement apartments to avoid the harassment from the bylaw officers. So instead of putting together a new program, utilize the bylaws you have already. And I want to just mention that Councillor Santos mentioned in one of the interview that we're going to hold homeowners accountable for not keeping up their property. Well, I don't think you need to hold the homeowners accountable. You need to hold accountable city staff, councillors, and bylaw officers. Sorry for the blunt statement. They are not doing a job. If they were doing the job, this shouldn't have get to this position. And what's the root cause? Nobody look at the root cause. Students, internal students, who brought them here? I didn't invite them. You invited them. You should make sure that they have accommodation so they don't go for one apartment and bring 10 more students there and cause unsafe situation. Councillor Santos said that she's concerned about those students' health and safety. They are living in very unhealthy and unsafe environment in those basement apartments. I just want to let her know that in those houses, the landlords also live there with their family. They always make sure that their house is safe and healthy to live in. They won't jeopardize their own safety. So that is a very wrong statement she made that she's gonna hold us responsible for somebody's irresponsible behavior. I think people should remember when the next election comes, what was said about the landlords. And I hope they don't forget about it. I have a lot to say, but unfortunately 5 minutes is not enough for me to cover everything. And on another platform, we'll cover the rest of the things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, and because I was named, I will respond directly before the staff give their presentation. in order to clarify misinformation that is out there. Number one, with regards to any comments that are related to homeowners and holding homeowners accountable, that is in regards to the municipality's jurisdiction to actually deal with property standards, health and safety standards as it relates to the property. That is the only jurisdiction we have as a city, is to deal with the property itself and through the property owner. And so that's what we mean by holding homeowners accountable for their property. The other issue that you named me in is by suggesting that the people who are renting out their units also live on the property. That's actually false. In fact, many investors who invest in property, particularly in the piloted wards, are foreign investors or investors who live elsewhere outside of the city of Brampton or outside of those boundaries. And unfortunately, those property standards are not maintained. There are, however, many landlords who also live on the property and are doing a really good job with following the various rules. And so we're going to hear from staff about how we're going to be mitigating that and dealing with illegal units in the city of Brampton. But thank you for your delegation.
Can I say something or is that?
No, that's it. Thank you very much. We will now hear from staff in response to the delegations. Following the staff response and council comments or questions from the staff response, we will then break for lunch and then hear from the rest of the delegations. Commissioner, over to you. Commissioner Ganesh.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Staff will give a presentation on the current status of the RRL program. The presentation will touch on some of the themes that we've heard from the delegations today, the origins of the program, what the program was intended to do and the outcomes, and some of the things that we're looking during this sort of temporary pause based on the feedback to date. Marella?
Okay, good afternoon. Mayor Brown, councillors, staff, and the public. My name is Marla Palermo. I'm a policy planner with the Integrated City Planning Group. If you can go to the next slide, I'll be providing an update on the residential rental licensing program, the pilot program. So as mentioned before, the City of Brampton piloted these programs in the specific 5 wards, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7, in response to the growing number of complaints. And again, as was mentioned, to protect the health and safety of tenants and the character of neighborhoods. As mentioned, a pilot program is a smaller scale implementation of a larger project, which was mentioned previously, and it was rolled out in order to test and monitor the role of the program, should it be considered at a citywide scale, to kind of address any issues that may come up. Next slide. And this slide over here just gives an overview of the major areas that had service complaints between the time period of 2018 to 2022. And again, those fall within the main areas of those particular wards of the 5 that were targeted in this pilot. Next slide, please. Oh, speak up, sorry. And again, here we have the ward map illustrating the 5 identified wards where the pilot program is being launched and piloted. And as mentioned before, it was based on the complaints that were within those wards. Next slide, please. So this next few slides gives an overview of where we had come from in terms of the project itself. So as of November the 16th of 2022, Council directed staff to report on the matter of residential landlord licensing and the code of conduct, and to report back the following month at the Committee of Council meeting. Following that, on December the 7th, there was a delegation on the residential rental licensing program and code of conduct. Council also directed staff to report on options in regards to the residential rental licensing program, code of conduct, comparison to other municipalities, looking at fees and accountability measures in use. Staff then presented a report in March 29th of 2023. We had gone through the current housing licensing and registration programs the city currently has in place, benchmarking of residential rental licensing programs from other municipalities, and then Council directed staff to report back in Q3 of 2023 to work on a work plan for implementing the 2-year pilot program, beginning in Q1 of 2024, which would include the funding requirements to be noted in the 2024 budget and 2025. Next slide, please. And in June of that year, we also heard from a delegation from Peel Acorn to Committee of Council regarding multi-residential unit landlord licensing and to improve tenant rights. So they had come and delegated on that matter. Following that, staff in Q3 of September of 20 prepared, we had delegations regarding the program itself. Staff also had presented and prepared a report on the proposed framework of the residential rental licensing program and the resources required. At that time, Councillor Keenan, Councillor Santos, and Councillor Power were appointed to the Residential Rental Licensing Task Force, and then Council was directed to report back on the program itself, including the appropriate bylaw, application forms, process, and implementation steps in Q4 of 2023. In that November, the following couple of months, staff reported back to Committee of Council with the pilot program itself to be implemented, including the appropriate bylaw, supporting bylaw. Next slide, please. And that was endorsed by Council on December 6th of 2023. Again, as many noted, the program did launch on January 1st of 2024 to begin the 2-year pilot. As of the 26th of January, we received 29 applications. And then on the 25th, the program, the intake of the applications was temporarily paused based on public feedback received. Next slide, please. So to date, as many have noted, these are the comments that have been received by staff and by others. Again, the duplication of the ARU registration process regarding the need for the criminal record check. Also, too, in terms of the inspection requirement for gas and electrical. The licensing fee, having that reviewed, it being maybe too expensive, and including the renewal fee. And also questions about obtaining the long deed form. Condominiums came up as an item of question, whether they required a license, a rental condo. Also looking at whether if the ARU is not being rented, if it currently needs a license as well, and whether a business license would be required for a single housekeeping unit. And also, again, as mentioned previously, in terms of the authorization of the city to conduct inspections without the landlord being present. So that's the feedback we heard today. And going on to the next slide. So these next 2 slides go over staff's next few steps. So staff have listened to the public input received and are making enhancements to the pilot program. Again, we've initiated the pause on the intake of the applications temporarily to review and streamline the process. These are the proposed refinements that have occurred to date: removing the criminal record check, accepting a property tax bill as proof of ownership, similar to other business licensing programs, not requiring condominium apartments or condominium townhouses to obtain a business license, extending the fee waiver from March 31st of this year to June 30th of this year. And the city's also now working on streamlining the business licensing requirements for the registered ARUs, along with the requirements, reviewing them for inspections, improving the online application form to make it more user-friendly, and considering an incentive program for landlords in good standing, either a fee reduction or a waiver. Next slide, please. And our next steps may be looking at opportunities for future engagement with residents and landlords, and also lifting the pause of the temporary intake of applications in 6 to 8 weeks to address these items. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation in response to the delegates from staff.
We have
Deputy Mayor
questions.
Deputy Mayor Singh, you are on the board.
Thank you. Can we go back to the presentation? That was a presentation, so I could ask staff about the questions. So could we go back to do you want to come up? So who's going to answer? I just want to go to the second last slide. Okay. So I saw that there's going to be, did you say there was going to be another round of public consultation? Did I see that in the
Through the
next
chair,
step?
that was on the last slide, is
Yeah.
potential next steps. We haven't received direction in terms of the consultation piece of it, public consultation, but that was, we indicated opportunities should it be needed.
Okay, and so that's not for sure that we're doing public consultation then? You made that more as a suggestion, or we are gonna do public consultation?
Through the chair.
Pardon? Okay, because in the presentation, it says opportunity, so. Okay, so that will be part of some direction I will give them later. Okay, and then if we go back one slide. I think if we, and I would like to go back for one round of public consultation, because if it's going to be implemented, we want it seamless as possible. We saw what happened initially. I think we have to answer a lot of these questions that we're working on. They need to be answered before we go to public consultation, because those are some of the crux of the issues. So, you know, whether, how we're going to streamline inspections. Yep. No, go ahead.
Through the chair, one of the slides that Morales put up on her presentation spoke to the chronology of events. And in the chronology of events, you'll note that the councillors Keenan, Santos, and Power form part of the governance structure for this. So the feedback we've been hearing to date, and the feedback we'll hear later today, will be then packaged up and brought forward to those three councillors for direction. And at this point in time, certainly before we relaunch it, it would be to provide not only those three councillors, but all of council with some sort of update.
Yeah, and that's I'm good with that. So long as we take feedback today, we make a clear and concise, and then it comes back to council once more. I think that would be appropriate, and I would be supportive of going in that direction. But I just have some pointed questions because I don't understand the answers to them myself. So I'm going to ask just three questions if you could help me answer. The one is, how does this exactly help target illegal units, this program? Like, how does it exactly help target illegal units? Because I'm not understanding that part.
Through you,
Does
Madam
it help
Chair.
target illegal units? I guess that's.
It does, well, it does. Well, so what was missing from, because the delegate made some points, the first delegation, what was missing from, or second delegation, what was missing from that was the fact that there would be this offense of operating without a license, right? So then that's how you ensure greater compliance with the law.
But if somebody currently, say we don't have this, and they're operating without a license, it's the same, are we adding any additional tools with this? Or like what, from an enforcement standpoint? Because if somebody has an illegal unit right now, they have a problem anyways.
Through you, Madam Chair, I understand that staff is addressing some of the potential duplication.
Okay.
But yeah, like this, you know, the fact that someone would be leasing without a license within the certain guardrails that are set, the parameters set by the bylaw, that's an offense in and of itself. So then that would be your way of accessing units that are not compliant.
So it's going to add
Ensuring
an
compliance with the
additional
bylaw.
layer of, okay. Secondly, are we going to, or is there discussions, and maybe members who are on the committee can help better, is there discussions about a person who lives in a house and it's their secondary unit? Are we going to look at them differently compared to people who rent the whole house? Because for me, that is a little bit different, those two scenarios.
Through the chair, that we can take that feedback and incorporate it into our review.
Okay, okay. And if the process is we're gonna do a consultation here, come back with the I know we might not have all these answers right now, so I'm okay with that. If that's the process, I think that's a good process. I'd like to see the final changes we make before we ratify. Last two questions. I heard a reference to Toronto. What's the difference that Toronto does to what we're trying to do? Just from my information. Like, I heard something, they self-identified, they didn't make any changes, so Does anybody know? If you don't know, we can benchmark it separately offline, but if somebody does know, that would be helpful.
Through the chair, I think staff will take that back just to benchmark in terms of bringing back accurate information for council's consideration.
Okay, and my last question is, does this help us inspect faster? Because, for example, if somebody's enrolled in this program, we all know, I think we all agree, we cannot just enter a house without somebody's approval. So how does this help us inspect faster? Given legislation, provincial or federal.
Through the chair, it's similar, it's related to your first question. If somebody is part of this program and they provide consent to us doing inspections, if we are not able to do an inspection because they have not consented when we visit that property, then through the process, if we're ultimately not able to inspect, then they would be in breach of their license. And so that would be the offense that we could pursue. It adds an additional offense of operating without a license. And so
sorry, I'd like to ask my questions, please. So these are some of my questions. I will wait for you to do more, get some more information, and to come back to council, and then I could see if we answered these questions, but those are some of the questions I currently had. I'm happy to hear we're gonna have one more round. I think that'll be helpful, and I think before it comes to council, one public consultation would be helpful, just to get everybody's feedback, so that when we roll this out, it is in the best way possible, in the easiest way possible. Thank you.
Through the chair, certainly take Deputy Mayor's comments. I guess just going back to my comments around the governance structure for this. So through you, Madam Chair, I guess to Councillor Keenan and Councillor Power as well, should we take that as direction to staff to engage in further public consultation after today?
So I think what with Deputy Mayor Singh is suggesting is that we're getting a lot of delegates today. We've received a lot of correspondence and feedback. We're already streamlining, incorporating much of that feedback already. And so if we could just include with the task force, of course, that ongoing implementation to streamline the process, improve the process, etc. And then the task force will take this back to our colleagues and members of council and share how we are actually doing that. And then in March, we will lift the pause of the program and keep going. We will definitely engage with our council colleagues in terms of the improvements to the program as the task force has been mandated to do so. Thank you.
Same page. So the process moving forward is we'll take the feedback today, led by the task force. We'll come up with a sort of a final draft or what it looks like, incorporating my feedback, others' on this table, and then we'll bring it back to council once more just to ratify and approve. So no miscommunication, because that's what I'm understanding.
Yeah, I think that the task, we will be sharing it at council in terms of those improvements and sharing it accordingly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If that's the critical path, then I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, there are no further questions of staff or the delegates at this time. It is 12:21 and we will be at... Clerk?
Madam Chair, sorry, I just wanted a question. I'm on the board.
Clerk, through the chair. Okay. Thank you very much. So we will now break.
Madam Chair, I'm on the board for a question, please.
Yes. So we will now break for lunch.
Madam Chair,
and we will be returning at 1:20. Thank you.
I'm on the chair, Madam Board.
Welcome back, everyone. It is 1:22, and as promised, we are going to resume the Committee of Council agenda for today. I've had a request from members of committee, a member of committee, to do a roll call. Madam Clerk, if you could please do that.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I'll conduct the roll call now. Mayor Brown? Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Councillor Barr? Present. Councillor Paleshi?
Present.
Councillor Keenan?
Present.
Chair Santos?
Present.
Councillor Medeiros?
Present.
Councillor Power? Deputy Mayor Singh? Councillor Tour? Councillor Fortini?
Present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm sure our other colleagues will be joining us shortly. I also had a request from a member who, or not a member, but somebody who is in the public gallery, just humbly requesting folks in the public gallery who are watching to please turn off your cell phones. So cell phones were being interrupted and making it difficult for members in the public gallery to hear. Please ensure that your cell phones, I'm going to check mine right now, are off so that it doesn't interrupt or disturb the ability for others to listen in on the business for today. Okay, and to security staff in the public chamber, if you could please remind members of the public coming into the chamber to turn off their cell phone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi, for that suggestion. Mayor Brown, as well as Councillor Tour, have now joined the meeting as well. We will now continue where we left off with respect to the delegations for residential rental licensing. The next delegate is number 11, Aisha Farouk. Aisha Farouk, are you here?
Through the chair, I do not see Aisha online or in person.
Aisha Farouk is not present. Number 12, Aditya Rajput. Are you here to delegate?
Online? Can you hear me?
Aditya, is that you?
Yes, I'm
okay.
online.
Thank you very much, Aditya. You have, you're joining us online. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you. My name is Aditya and I am a resident of Ward 6. Currently, this project is not in my ward right now, but I know if it is not stopped, it will eventually apply to Ward 6 as well in the future. Now, I would like to
I'm sorry, Aditya, we're having a hard time hearing you. If you could perhaps turn up the volume of your mic or speak closer to the mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes.
Okay, it's better. Okay. So I'm actually a resident of Ward 6. I know currently this pilot project is not in my ward, but if it's not stopped, it will eventually apply to Ward 6 as well in the future. I would like to start with a basic question of why do you need a warrant to enter a house? In Canada, right to privacy and protection against unreasonable searches is enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom, which is part of the Constitution Act 1982. Section 8 of the Charter specifically states that everyone has the right to be secure against search or seizure without warrant, which means that by law, like any law office enforcement officials need a warrant issued by a judicial authority such as a judge to enter a private residence. Now, this requirement is designed to protect the individual's privacy and to ensure that the individual rights and freedoms are protected from government intrusion. Now, City of Brampton is trying again and again to devise a way to enter into people's house without getting a warrant. And this new RRL program is just to do that, and which means the Canadian Charter of Right to Privacy will be breached by the RRL, and I strongly oppose that. Now, the second point is, in my communication with some of the councillors, they mentioned that this RRL will give power to the enforcing officer to give fines to landlord without giving any warning. So the landlord, they would just go to the property. If they find anything wrong or the complaint, if they see anything, they would just issue fine without giving any warning to the landlord. Now, this is so unfair to the landlord. Now, for an analogy, let's think, let's say you lease a vehicle from Toyota and you get a ticket for parking it at a no parking street. Does the ticket go to Toyota or does it go to the person who is leasing the vehicle? Of course, it goes to the person who is leasing the vehicle, and that is fair. Why does the city expect the landlord to visit their rental property every day or week to see if the tenant has no garbage flying around, or if the grass is cut, or if the parks are parked properly on the driveway? This is really not fair to the landlord. Like, how would a landlord go every day? They have their own job to do as well. So the point is, landlord is, first of all, is already getting punched by the landlord and tenant board due to the wait times. And now the city is ready to punch the landlord by bringing this RRL and putting fines on them for something that the tenants should be taking care of. And the third point is, now yesterday I was watching a video of Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre, in which he was laughing at how bad the situation is in Brampton when it comes to safety and security, specifically car thefts and house break-ins, that how easy it has become for thieves to just break in our houses, break in our cars. This is how bad the crime situation in Brampton is. There are being cases where 911 calls have to wait 30 minutes before they can talk to somebody. And
Aditya, you have 1 minute remaining.
yep. And what I'm trying to say is, this is how the Brampton is represented on a national scale, and the city has failed in providing basic safety and security to the residents of the community. I would request the city to prioritize the safety and security of the residents from the criminals first, instead of the landlords. And then the last point is, there's already bylaws to deal with landlords who don't take care of the property, and the problem is there's not enough enforcing officers. I personally have put a lot of complaints about properties that are not well maintained, and only 5 to 10% of the time any officers comes to check in, and that too many days after the complaint has been registered. I would request city to fix these issues first, hire more enforcing officers, attend to these complaints in time, and give some time to the landlord to fix the issues, and then you can issue the fine instead of giving the fine right away. So in the end, I strongly oppose RRL because it breaches the Canadian Charter
That's
of
your
Rights.
time.
and
Thank
freedom
you,
of privacy.
Aditya.
Thank you,
Thank
Aditya,
you.
for your delegation. The next delegation is number 13. Oh, Councillor Paleshi, I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just really quickly, Ditya, thank you so much for your delegation as a Ward 6 resident. Councillor Barr and myself will reach out. There seems to be a little bit of confusion with your delegation, so we'd like to reach out and see if we can get some of the information, the factual information, out to you and have a discussion on how this is successful when it does move into, if it does, move in towards 2 and 6 as well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. The next delegation is Rakesh Goyal. Rakesh Goyal, are you in the audience or on online?
Through the chair, I do not see Rakesh online.
Okay, Rakesh is not here. Kamaljit Wadawan. Kamaljit Wadawan, are you here, present in the gallery or online? Nope. Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, no, I do not see that individual online.
Kamaljit Wadawan is not present. Manpreet Singh Tandon, are you present in the gallery or online?
Through the chair, I do not see that person online or in the audience.
Okay, Manpreet is not present. Raman Shergill. Raman Shergill, are you present in the gallery or online?
Through the chair, I do not see Raman online or in the audience.
Thank you. Number 17, Atul Karbanda, are you present online or in person?
Through the chair, I do not see the individual online or in the audience.
Thank you. Number 18, Rajiv Kumar. Rajiv Kumar, are you present in person or online?
Through the chair, Rajiv is online.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajiv. Are you tuned in? Rajiv?
Rajiv, you can unmute your mic.
Okay. Rajiv going once, going twice, 3 times. Rajiv, you are online but not responding, Madam Clerk. Number 19, Ashwinder Puri. Ashwinder Puri, are you present in person or online?
Through the chair, we did receive a request from this delegate to have Ravi Sohal delegate on their behalf. I do not see Ravi in the audience.
Okay.
Or online.
Thank you. Not online or in the audience, nor is their I forgot what the term is, the person speak on their behalf. Number 20, Baratindu Goyal. Are you in person or online?
Online.
Thank you, Baratindu. Welcome. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
No problem. I won't take much of time. Good afternoon, the council and the mayor. My name is Bhatendu Goyal. I am a professional engineer of Ontario and living in the city of Brampton for the last 15 years or so. Excuse me. I appreciate the initiative taken by the city of Brampton to control overcrowding and to provide safe living space to its residents. However, we feel that the pilot RRL program does not have any tools to control these problems unless any of the esteemed councillors can prove me otherwise. Moreover, who designed this program and the application do not seem to have understood what it takes to fill this application, and that too on an annual basis. Practically, it is something impossible or very, very difficult to do without spending a lot of money, time, and effort. Okay, so coming to the purpose of the RRL program, I think a small percentage of basements in the city of Brampton are legal, while majority do not meet the standards set out by the city. What I strongly feel is that this RRL program should exempt legal basements from licensing program because these have already met all the requirements of the city when the second dwelling unit was approved and have also undergone rigorous inspections by the city inspectors during the construction phase. However, if the idea is to ensure that no changes have been made to the design of the legal basements, I suggest an affidavit should be taken from the owners of the legal basement to the effect that no changes whatsoever have been done since the unit was approved by the city. The city can decide on the frequency of such affidavits, whether these are taken every 2 years or 5 years.
Hello?
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 Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
We are in the middle of a delegation for Baratindu Goyal. If you are not Baratindu Goyal, can you please put yourself on mute? Go ahead, Baratindu.
Mr. Goyal, you are on mute. Please unmute your mic.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying, that as far as illegal basements are concerned, even if the owners want to convert these to legal units, they will not be able to do this as long as there are tenants living in the units. So again, I will make a suggestion that the city picks up 5 to 7% of the illegal units in a draw so that nobody thinks that, they have been victimized or they have been, not taken, on a or at par, and then serve a notice to these landlords. The landlords in turn can use this notice to evict the tenants even if they have to go to the landlord tenant board. Once evicted, they should not be allowed to rent it again until the unit has met all the legal requirements. By doing this gradually and in phases, there will not be a concern for tenants to find alternative accommodation, and also the contractor's availability will not be a concern to convert these units into legal basements. Finally, I will also suggest that an affidavit should be taken from all house owners that they do not have multiple leases in their property, which is the
Bartender,
primary
you have
goal
1
of this
minute left.
Sorry?
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. And everybody knows that filing a false affidavit will automatically come with its own legal consequences. So that is the primary objective of RRL program. So everybody should give a affidavit that they have only one lease for tenancy in their building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal, for your delegation. The next delegation is number 21, Jat Barmi. Jat Barmi, are you present in the gallery or online?
Through the chair, the delegate is online.
Jat Barmi, are you ready to delegate?
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, you have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Understood. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this new bylaw that we are going to be
We need
discussing.
you to turn up your mic, please, or speak closer to the mic.
Is this better?
Not really.
Is it better? No?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Please don't count this towards my 5 minutes. Thank you. So first of all, I doubt this. The name of this pilot program is having some issues. It cannot be called pilot because it's covering more than 50-60%. Pilots are normally less than 10%. So we need to change the name first of all. And secondly, as I understand the problem statement that we are trying to address with this pilot program is health and safety, garbage pileups, parking issues, and grass management. I do understand that the city has presented a very nice slide where the density of complaints, with regard to density of complaints, but I'm sorry to say that the numbers related to these complaints are missing from that slide. So I don't know how many complaints were there, 10 or 10,000. We don't know that number. I don't know what is stopping the city to make this complaints data public. The most obvious answer, as I understand, could be privacy, which is kind of, I don't know how serious that is. Because we are trying to publicize the data of some offenders here, not some law-abiding citizens. So let's try to understand the target cohort of RRL. First of all, I divided in 3 parts. It's not illegal units, as the city has no idea as to what is going on inside one's home, except where they get a complaint from a concerned neighbor. Otherwise, people are living peacefully within these illegal units. No one knows. If city has the data, I'll be happy to have a look at it. Number 2, small homeowners who do not rent are also excluded. So what is left? That leaves us with the law-abiding small landlords who already have legalized their additional dwelling units. I can tell with 100% certainty because these are the people who have been receiving notices from the city to apply for RLO. A note of awareness for the council. The small landlords are the providers of affordable housing to people who cannot afford to buy their own property because of their financial limitations. And now, moving on, does the city know what are the legal units? As I mentioned, pretty much we don't know what those illegal units are. So what rights, my question is, what rights the city has to access such illegal unit to be accessed for inspection without tenant's consent? As I know, Madam Santos, you already mentioned you have no rights. So the majority of legal basements are occupied by tenants. I just want to do a case study here. Why does the city believe that existing tenant will cooperate with the landlord for access to the unit for various inspections? Is it assumed or we have talked to people? If we have talked to people, we would like to know that data. How many people have given consent that you're okay to come into my home and do various kind of inspections? And what is city's guarantee that a normal tenant will not turn into a bad tenant once we start talking about inspections of their home? I'm talking about a normal tenant who is living and raising the family and paying the rents on time. My personal bad experience with the normal tenant turned into a bad tenant, I can share. I requested for a tenant inspection and the tenant did not allow me. I missed my inspection and the tenant was so pissed off because of this altercation that he left the property with $18,000 worth of damage. That included burnt carpets, broken appliances, foiled paints, and broken doors and closets, and 2 cars full garage of garbage, and a fridge full of rotting food. I mean, I had to suffer only because I requested an inspection. So the city cannot ignore these real life issues that people face. And RRL is holding homeowners accountable for tenants' behavior related to the health and safety, garbage pile, parking issues, grass management. which is, some of my colleagues have already highlighted, it should not be the landlords. Whosoever is making a mistake, whether it's a tenant or landlord, should be punished.
Chat, you have 1 minute remaining.
Yep, thank you so much. I'm almost there. So someone answered this, that why the landlords would be held responsible. And one of the replies that I got from the city official, it was kind of hilarious that, yeah, we will know, we're going to give us some more tickets. Very nice. And Consul Santos mentioned, I was hearing one of your videos in the media where you mentioned that this is a gift to Brampton residents. I might correct you here, gifts are not paid, they are free. And lastly, the garbage pileup will not go away anywhere. If 600 people live in Brampton, 600 people will still live in Brampton, and they will generate same amount of garbage as they do. We need to come up with some more innovative ideas and betterment. There are other pressing issues. For example, safety from thieves. They are daylight entering to your home, as Pierre Poliver mentioned yesterday. Overcrowded schools. The kids are studying in
Chat,
portables.
that's your time. Thank you.
And
through the chair, delegate number 18, Rajiv Kumar, is in the session. He was having technical issues when you called his name earlier.
Okay, thank you very much. I will call on Rajiv Kumar after I respond to Mr. Jat Barmi, who named me in the delegation. So just a response to Mr. Jat Barmi, the reason why landlords are associated with the licensing program is because landlords are responsible for the property in which they own. As shared earlier during the discussion before lunch and just before the presentation, clarifying a few things that staff gave just before lunch. The municipality, we only have jurisdiction over enforcing and making sure rules, health, safety, as well as property standard rules are abided to on the property itself and through the property owner. Municipalities do not govern the relationship between the landlord and the tenant, which is why Councillor Keenan put forward a motion earlier today advocating to the province of Ontario, to the Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board, that they do a better job and actually have more resources in order to deal with the concerns of not just the landlords, but also the tenants. So just for further clarification, yes, the City of Brampton is making sure the licensing program is for the landlords, specifically because that is the only thing within our jurisdiction, to maintain health, safety, and property standards on the property, which is the responsibility of the property owner and the landlord. Thank you. The next delegation who missed their online opportunity but is now online is Rajiv Kumar. Rajiv, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity. Okay, so there are a video by Ravina Santos on the public domain, and she was saying, oh, they are making money, so they should be paying the taxes too. I want to tell her we are paying the taxes. All the registered units are assessed by the MPAC, and we are paying taxes accordingly. There are units which are not registered with the city, they may not be paying the taxing, and you should be consider registering those units, not forcing anything on us. Second, this RRL doesn't add any value because there are already existing law, as Mr. Singh was saying. There are existing law which can be used to tackle the unregistered unit and make sure we can register them. And you can, that way the city can generate even more taxes, right? And also, there's one more thing I want to add. There are landlords, we are just talking about the tenants living in the basement. There are landlords also living in the basement, and those units are not registered. They are constructed without city permit, without any inspection. Are we not worried about those units? Or are we just considering the rental units? Means we are basically, the motive behind this RRL is not the safety or any other issue, but to generate more revenue and generate more revenue so that, you can spend more, right? So there are the third thing that I want to add was you have the database of legal units. You don't have any database of illegal unit. So obviously you can enforce it on the legal units, but you cannot enforce it on the units which are not registered with the city. So how this RRL will help you? Third, next thing, let's say if someone is renting on the upper unit and just one house, one unit, why the person need the permits for the house? Do you suspect the house built with the, not with the city, the builder didn't build the house properly? I mean, what are you thinking, that there are issues with the house and your concern is more with the builder or with the landlords? Or you just want to make revenue out of that house as well? There are pressing issues in the city where every day the vehicles are being stolen. Even yesterday, there was a vehicle was stolen from the Financial Drive. The two persons entered into the house. I know Mayor was pressing this issue more, throwing this issue on the federal government, but the peoples are breaking into the house, taking the keys out, and then they are stealing the vehicle. So there are pressing issues. We should concentrate more on those pressing issues instead of doing something which are not in health, not in favor of the city of Brampton. I guess I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi Kumar, for your delegation. As I was named again, I will respond accordingly to one of the comments that you had made regarding targeting illegal units. Just for clarification, we are absolutely targeting illegal units as well. That is not true when people are saying that we are not targeting illegal units. We have always said from the task force, as well as from Committee of Council and council meetings, as you can see from the presentation of staff in the various reports and the timelines since we've been working on this since November 16th, 2022. We are targeting those properties with the highest number of complaints. And that is how we are identifying the problematic properties in wards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. And there was a heat map that was also shown on the screen from staff demonstrating where the concentration of complaints are coming from. We have the addresses of those various properties that have 10 to 15, 20 complaints issued to the property. And rest assured, our staff will be knocking on those doors to ensure that they have a license. Next delegation, number 22, is the very passionate Azad Goyet. Azad, are you present in the gallery or online? We understand that you are very passionate about this issue and really wanted to delegate today. We want to make sure you have the opportunity to put it on the record, your issues and your complaints here in the chamber. Azad Goyet, are you here?
Through the chair, I do not see Azad online or in the audience.
Azad Goyet is not here in person nor online. We will move on. Number 23, Amrit Paul Singh.
I'll be doing online.
Okay, thank you, Amrit Paul. You are online. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Yeah, Ravina, just to let you know, Azad is not the only person who is very passionate about it. I think the entire Brampton community is very passionate about this issue, about this motion. Coming back to your point, I have heard a lot of valid points being made by the other members, but my concern is that I think the communication hasn't got out from the city of Brampton in the way that it should go out. Like initially, you said that you wanted to target garbage collections, you wanted to target rooming services and things like that. Today, when we went into City Hall, Mayor Patrick Brown said that the legal units are out of the scope of this residential RRL, right? My question is, when this motion was presented to the councillors, the questions that Harkirat was asking this morning, wasn't that put forward to all you guys? Like the checklist, when I went through, I was aghast to see that the checklist has all the things that city has already has it in place for the legal basements. Like why you wanted us to do it all over again? I mean, these are the questions, these are the valid questions that the councillors needs to ask when they are presented, whether to vote for the motion or to go against it. And as other members are saying, this is RRL is not a solution for sure, because nowhere in the RRL you guys are going after the illegal basement. I haven't seen a single line that says that no, we will be targeting illegal basements. The only thing that you guys are saying is that if you have a legal rental unit, you have to do the entire stuff all over again. Now, for the garbage collection, there are around 18,000, 19,000 second unit dwelling, right? Why don't you issue them additional garbage bins to tackle that issue, right? We are officially doing a second unit dwelling, which means that we are informing the city of Brampton that there will be more than one family living in that property, right? And then if there's more than one family, there will be more garbage. So why are we forced to use just only one bin? Like, you need to address these kind of things, right? I mean, just going after the legal units and bringing up half-baked solution is not a solution. And RRL is absolutely not the solution at all. And secondly, I would like to also say the same thing, that there are pressing issues in Brampton that you guys need to focus on. Once the landlord and tenant board backlog is resolved, I don't think so that we will have these problems all over again. Because if a landlord has issues with the tenant, he can go back to the landlord and tenant board and can go and get an eviction notice. But the problem here is that it's a 9 months wait at the landlord and tenant board for an L1 applications. Like, I myself have evicted my tenant for, she didn't pay me for the last 9 months, and now I evicted her today after going to the court. So you need to talk about the issues that the landlords are facing, not about the issues that we already know. And then you cannot just throw all the landlords under the bus just to catch a few bad apples in the market. So if you think that, okay, people are renting 25 people are present in the basement, what is stopping you guys to go in and give them a ticket? Like, I'm really aghast to understand what is that one thing that's stopping you under the current bylaws, that the RRL is going to give you that an extra power that you can go and do something better than what the current bylaws does not support. And for your case, you are telling us that this is a residential business license. Now, for your very kind information, if you add that business thing within this RRL thing, I have to ask you a question. Do we get the business rights as well? Like, if a tenant for a business property does not pay rent, he can be evicted right on the next second day. The landlord can raise the rent for a business as much as they can. Why are you guys saying it's a business license but still falls under Residential Tenancy Act? It makes no sense to me. Like, if you see the checklist, I can assure you that this checklist was never done for discussion. It never went for discussion because these were so basic questions.
Amritpal, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. They were so basic questions that were never addressed, and it should not have come from you guys all the way to us. And secondly, why was there no public consultation done? I mean, this is for the landlord. This is for the city of Brampton. It is for our betterment. Let us decide. Bring it on the floor. We'll participate. We'll give you better feedbacks rather than doing a damage control thereafter. So I would advise the city that if you really wanted to bring it back, do an open house. We'll be there to give you the feedback. We all want safe city to be here. The idea, the goal is all there. The idea is there, but RRL is not the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amritpal Singh, for your delegation. I'm just going to flag to staff that some of the same questions and issues are being raised again during this group of delegations. So I would request that we have the same presentation again for this group of delegations, just so that they also are able to get the presentation if they missed it the first time. Is that cool? And we will have that presentation posted online.
Through the chair, certainly staff is present in the chambers and we can make the presentation.
Thank you. Next delegation is number 24, Abhishek Dubey. Abhishek, are you online or in the chamber?
Through the chair, I do not see Abhishek online or in the audience.
Okay, the next delegation is 25, Seema Passy. Seema Passy, are you online or in the chamber?
Through the chair, I do not see Seema online or in the audience.
Okay, next delegation is Richard Campbell. Richard Campbell is here in the chamber. Good to see you, Richard. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to say my name is Richard Campbell. I've lived in Brampton for 63 plus years, and I've watched my city go down the drain the last many years. I believe a lot of this is because of landlords that do not care about our city. I believe this pilot program for licensing landlords is a great idea and makes it a whole lot easier to hold landlords accountable. I will tell you that the house attached to my house is a rental upstairs and downstairs. And ever since the owner of this house has been the owner, I have had nothing but problems, and it just keeps getting worse. I've talked to the owner about any problems, and his reply to me or my wife has been many times, phone the police. These aren't police issues. I have asked him on numerous occasions to please be a landlord and deal with your tenants, and nothing happens. My wife and myself have had to call 311 many times in the summer to come out and tell them to cut their grass. In the winter, to come out and shovel their sidewalks. My wife used to deliver the Brampton Guardian when it was around, and she'd have to pull a wagon over snowbanks on the sidewalks. This has been going on for over 10 years now with these tenants. I am not saying all landlords are bad. There are good ones. All you have to do is drive around the city, and you can tell who is renting and who owns. Now again, there is some great tenants in Brampton, but there is far too many bad ones. Garbage all over the property, and people wonder why Brampton has a rat problem. Just look around. My wife called the owner of this house attached to ours to please come out and look at the mess of your property. And his answer to my wife was, I live in Oakville. We don't care. Oakville's 30 minutes up the road, maybe 40 in traffic. He hasn't been out to his property in over 2 years now. This is wrong. I have been called racist. My wife and myself have been called stupid by the adult kids in this house. So yes, enough is enough. No resident should have to go through this. This is why I believe this program is a great idea. Now I have a couple of questions, and I have to ask, why are these landlords so upset over a $300 a year fee to try to keep residents safe and property standards are kept up? They make thousands of dollars in rent, so $300 is a drop in the bucket. Could it be they do not want safety inspections because they may have 10 people or more living in their basement? I would really like to know, and obviously they're not here. Also, I read yesterday in the Brampton Guardian that this pilot program has been put on
Richard, you have
pause.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute? Okay. Was put on pause. So if I start a petition because of 6,000 or 7,000 signatures, if I start a petition today, I guarantee you I can get over 7,000 signatures to say that Brampton property taxes are too high. Will they go on pause? Just a question, right? Okay, I would also like to know who's going to enforce this, because bylaws don't have enough officers to deal with the bylaws we have in place today. And I have proof to back all that up, but that's another story. That's basically it.
Thank you very much, Richard, for sticking it out and for your delegation.
Thank you.
The next delegation on the list is number 27, Nanette Doherty. Nanette, are you in person or online? Oh, thank you, Nanette. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Mine is similar to the person before me. However, I would like to have my say also. As a resident of Brampton for many years, I believe that having a city residential rental licensing program is very necessary. Landlords or owners must be made legally accountable for the conditions of their units and their lodging houses, which I think is what the crux of the matter is. In Brampton, we have experienced an exponential growth of young adults, students, and also young workers over the last few years, and a corresponding explosive number of single-dwelling houses being converted into rooming or lodging houses. There's been no city oversight to ensure these buildings were in compliance with any kind of Canadian safety code, and has often been seen as being overcrowded and neglected by the neighborhoods that they are in. Residents have become justifiably upset by the lack of due diligence by the owners in the upkeep of these dwellings, and you have heard all about that before. Community residents should actually not be the ones to oversee any rental properties. This is the duty of the owners and also of the city on behalf of us, the citizens. For those that don't know, this licensing program is not a new idea, and I'm talking to the people who are watching, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people who do know that. Other cities do have it. They include Hamilton, London, Oshawa, North Bay, Guelph, and Waterloo, and all appear to have a 5-bedroom limit. Toronto and St. Catharines are also considering licenses. The amount of $300 per year for a license, I agree with the gentleman before me, is minimal compared to the amount of rent money that these mostly young people are being charged. I do not understand why it should be waived or even discounted at all to encourage people to get on to the program. It should be made law. Renting is certainly a business, and council is becoming active in having to control of this huge influx of rental problems. They've got to ensure that they can be more positively viewed within the neighborhood community as well. Having a city residential rental licensing program ensures that landlords and owners are in compliance with the Canadian Building Code, Electric Code, Fire Code, as well as health and safety. And Brampton is meant to be a healthy community. It should be for all rental properties. We see that owners cannot, nor should not, monitor themselves, and it is imperative that all laws for rental properties, including the important ones of physical space and mental health, as well as general well-being, are taken into account. Therefore, compulsory, unannounced city inspections are a must, and is also happening in other businesses. It keeps owners aware of the conditions of their properties and adds confidence of the rental properties and acceptance both within the community, the renters, and the neighbors, that all various laws are being followed, because at the moment nobody has confidence that they are.
Annette, you have 1 minute.
Not having any parameters for this very big business of renting rooming house space or renting a unit needs to stop. There must be an enforced standard which all owners of rental properties must uphold. We have learned over the years that owners cannot be allowed to continue to self-regulate. We know and have seen that this does not work when self-interest is involved. The Brampton licensing program is important for all of Brampton's residents, and it ensures that the bylaws are adequately applied. On another note, you often see the young people going up and down the streets, talking on their cell phone to back home, and showing photos of where the street that they're living. I happened to be on one to wave, which was very nice, except I wonder if they'd be as willing to take pictures or
That's your time. Thank you, Nanette.
of their own bedroom.
Thank you very much, Nanette, for your delegation. The next delegation is Cynthia Kilfeather, Michelle Gauthier, and Deb Agathos, which is a video delegation that was submitted.
So actually, Debbie, we're not gonna, sorry, we're here. There's
Okay.
two of us here. We're not gonna submit the video. This
Okay.
is my first time doing delegation. I didn't realize we could each do our own, but we'll
Okay.
do good. So I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm here to support the RRL. In the past few years, there's been this real trend in our neighborhood with investors purchasing single-family homes, and they're converting them to rooming houses. It's been really devastating to see the rapid decline of our community and also the unsafe living conditions that these tenants live. I don't need to go through the laundry list. You've all heard the complaints. But a few years ago, different community groups in the wards 1, 5, 3, and 4, we came together to take action. We stood here in 2022 and presented a petition signed by residents that actually live in the ward, requesting a program similar to this, or this program. We've had countless town hall meetings, neighborhood meetings with hundreds of residents that attended. We met bylaw, property standards, I know them all now, Peel Police, Fire Department, Community Safety Wellness Office, the councilors, the mayor, even MPP Sakaria, to help, getting help to address these rooming houses. But I'm happy to say that you guys listen, politicians that listen, it's great, and you're putting the safety of residents in the community first by introducing this RL pilot. So please keep up the good fight, and Michelle's going to speak now.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I've been a resident of Brampton for 8 years. I think this is my 9th year. I may be lying to you. I love this city, and I have really enjoyed my time here. But I'm here today not just to talk to you as a resident. I am also a small landlord, so I'm here to also represent small landlords. I've been a landlord for 25 years in the city of Toronto, Etobicoke, and Kitchener, Guelph, Waterloo, and we are looking at expanding our portfolio into Brampton. So I can tell you firsthand, as I visited many different properties over the last couple of decades, that the conditions that many tenants live in are deplorable. And I think that this council already knows that, and I think that the residents in this audience also already know that. So we're talking about black mold. We're talking about construction that hasn't been inspected. We're talking about wires hanging out of ceilings, fires. We're talking about deplorable conditions. The Landlord and Tenant Board is backed up for months for a very good reason. It's because the systems that hold in place the safety of tenants and also the rights of landlords is not working. And as much as we've tried to voice our concerns as both landlords and tenants to the Landlord and Tenant Board, those concerns haven't been heard. And so when I first heard of the RRL, what I personally felt was gratitude for the courage that Councillor Santos, Councillor Keenan, and Mayor Brown have exhibited in taking a stand on this and taking a step forward for the safety of tenants. As we look to expand, my husband and myself, into the city of Brampton, we welcome the RRL. Why? Because we're good landlords. Because we take care of our tenants. Because if I ask my tenants to come here today and speak on behalf of myself and my husband, they would stand here and say that we take care of them, that we follow the rules, that we take out the permits, that we make sure they're safe, that we answer their concerns. So, I would like to be that one voice today that says, thank you very much. We appreciate the work that you're doing and we welcome it. I would also like to say that in the many forums that we're a member of landlords and both tenants, it's often been said that landlords should get a license in the RTA. They should read the rules, they should embrace them and understand them.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And today, as I've listened to many people stand at this podium and make many remarks, I am reminded of those comments that they should read the RTA, they should understand their responsibilities and take them seriously. And I would encourage all of the delegations today to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Appreciate that perspective from another landlord. The next delegation is number 29, Barbara Johnstone. Barbara Johnstone is here in person, and thank you for waiting patiently today. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, members of council and staff, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this significant and much-needed pilot project to license residential rentals. My name is Barbara Johnstone Perlansky, and I have lived in my home at 84 Nelson for well over 30 years, well over. I take this opportunity to introduce my next-door neighbor, Susmita Rao. I would first like to thank Councillor Santos and Keenan for bringing this pilot project and initiating it. It certainly demonstrates a considerable insight and dedication to the communities which you represent. Kudos. We are very grateful. My community in Ward 1 has changed considerably over the last several years. We are a community in transition, there's no doubt about that, with significant rental development at 45 Railroad and with many more properties to come that are being bought by development interests and left to languish while awaiting the application process. This area has become low-hanging fruit to anyone wanting to exploit its potential. As longtime residents, we perceive that we are at risk of forfeiting our most significant investment, that being our properties. It would be a tragedy to lose the charm of this vibrant community, and we have worked so hard to build it. Many, perhaps not all, are taking advantage for the purpose of turning a quick profit with very little investment in the emotional commitment it takes to live in a community. The proximity to Algoma, who provide no housing or services for students, the closeness of the GO Transit station and Sheridan College, this area is desirable for multi-tenant rental accommodations. I respect the need. However, I do not respect those who do not have a stake in our communities, nor do they respect their neighbors. I welcome well-planned urban development, and I do appreciate that there is an urgent need for rental accommodations. I have not, however, warmly welcomed the use of what were beautifully kept single-family or semi-detached homes into, let's be honest, slum-like rooming houses. In my opinion, this licensing program does not go far enough in regulating the standards of property maintenance we have been committed to for many decades as residents. I will give you a few examples because I've only been given 5 minutes. So I walk my dogs every day. The other day, as I reported through the counselor's office, thank you for responding, I noted that 2 stained mattresses were dumped on the boulevard of one of our multi-tenant rental properties on Denison. Sadly, this is not a garbage week in our community. Therefore, I'll walk by those stained, dirty mattresses for another possibly 2 weeks. One of the mattresses on another property hasn't been picked up in over a month and a half. I complain weekly through 311 of garbage, debris on properties, broken windows boarded up, and properties littered with garbage. I've even been subjected to my dogs being targeted with a BB gun in my own backyard. That is my neighbor who lives next door to Susmita. That once charming family home now has 5 young people living in the upstairs, while a couple occupy the illegal basement apartment. The front yard is littered with debris, plastic water bottles, and fast food refuse that is just thrown down when exiting their vehicles. A front window has been broken and boarded up for months, and a fire pit at the side of the house within 3 feet of my neighbor's side of her fence has sent flames so high they could be seen from my house over the fence. The residents in these dwellings are very often young, vulnerable international students or new immigrants.
Barbara, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I've enjoyed talking to many of them to find out their hopes and dreams. I don't think this is what they had hoped for, in all honesty. I firmly believe in consequence, and this licensing regime addresses those consequences. And as was raised earlier, somebody has a lease. 2 of the houses in our area have a lease. That lessee does not live in that house, re-rents it to as many people and pockets the profit. The cost of enforcement, staff, resources, and time is enough to justify the mere license fee. We've had significant time to implement this vital program as a community. We've waited long enough. I support an escalating offense penalty for non-compliance. Myself and Sismita's family and so many other residents have earned the absolute right to enjoy our properties.
That is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for your delegation. The next delegation is Fatima Farouk Ahmad. Fatima, are you here in the council chamber or online?
Through the chair, I do not see Fatima online or in the audience.
Okay, thank you. The next one is number 31, Manjeet Sohal. Manjeet, are you here in the gallery, in person, or online?
Through the chair, I do not see Manjeet online or in the audience. We had heard from Manjeet that he would like to have Ravi Sohal represent him,
Okay.
and I don't see Ravi here either
Thank
or
you.
online.
The next delegation is 32, Jane Russell. Are you here in person or, oh, there you are. Hi, Jane. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you. I'm here to let you know how grateful and relieved I am for the work happening on the RRL pilot project. It has been a long time coming. Please stay the course. And I would like to thank the following people: Mayor Brown, Gary Collins, Pat Fortini, Rupinder Kaur, Councillor Rod Power, Charmaine Williams, Eva Hera, Constable D'Amico, and police officers with Project Noisemaker, numerous outstanding bylaw officers, legislative services, and our neighbors who have signed petitions. All of the people listed, including some of you here, have been instrumental in helping my family and neighbors cope with the issues associated with the unprecedented growth of rental houses in our community. Noise, garbage, failure to maintain minimum property standards, parking infractions, rats, overcrowding, a list too long to read here. And sadly, the character of our neighborhood that is being spoiled and property values that could be tanking. It is outrageous that so many people like you were called upon to deal with these issues. You helped, I helped. Where was the landlord? Missing in action. Frankly, I am tired of being the unofficial, unpaid property manager for the absentee landlords who move into our community and absolve themselves of any accountability and responsibility. They have demonstrated clearly that they cannot govern or regulate themselves, and I should not have to call bylaw services on a daily basis because they have failed to manage these properties. This cannot be the way that things are done in Brampton any longer. The status quo cannot continue. They need to be licensed. They are businesses, and some of them are big businesses, numbered companies, in fact. They need to be licensed, big or small. And it is not a new concept. Licensing these rental houses is increasingly being addressed in cities across Ontario and North America. Brampton can be on the forefront. I know we have an affordable housing crisis in Brampton. I know we had a smart growth plan that recommended using available single-family dwellings as rental houses. But this cannot be undertaken at all costs. Human lives are involved here. The tenants and the neighbors are being impacted. Property standards matter. Occupancy standards must matter. We can't just cram people into these rental houses. Overcrowding leads to sleep deprivation, disease transmission, think COVID, no place to study, no privacy, mental health issues, quality of life issues. These are disguised stresses that cannot be ignored, and I didn't make those up. Please check the literature. And it saddens me when neighbors like me are accused of discrimination when we raise occupancy standards. We are not discriminating. We are concerned for the health, the safety, and dignity of neighbors, many who are very young people, like my son. Landlords in the city should be concerned for them too. Landlords need to be licensed because it could be quite literally a matter of life or death. So therefore, landlords at these rental houses cannot be the arbiters. That would be absurd. There is too much at stake. Do not let the fox guard the henhouse. The main floor unit at the rental house next door is up for rent, $3,250 per month, plus 60% utilities, plus renter's insurance. That is not affordable for many. It becomes affordable when many young men, international students, and temporary workers who are earning minimum wages resort to overcrowding. It has been our personal experience that landlords have been turning a blind eye to this overcrowding. It seems collecting the rent is all that matters. Is this what they fear about being licensed, finally being held accountable for their actions, worried because it may impact their bottom line? If the RRL committee is in fact hopefully considering limiting the number of people in a rental to 4, which would be in keeping with the statistics I have seen, that is adults over the age of 18 who are unrelated having their own bedroom, then that will be a problem for landlords because they know that 4 people won't be able to afford the exorbitant rents that they are commanding. But 7 or more adults crammed into a single unit will make it affordable. They must be
You have
licensed.
1 minute remaining.
And in regards to the cost of the licensing program, well, there is a cost to doing business. So respectfully, ask your accountant to write it off. Subletting. If subletting is an issue, then landlords should welcome inspections because then they will be notified and then they can address the overcrowding issues. Residents like me appreciate, although we're very nervous, how important the work is the RRL committee is undertaking, and we stand behind them 100%. They are working in the public interest, so please don't scrap this program. Don't cave in to the demands of rental house lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane, for your delegation. The next, oh no, there's another 2. The next delegation is number 33, Kevin Russell. Kevin is present in the gallery today. Kevin, you have a maximum of 5 minutes.
I'm speaking on a subject which has been getting a lot of attention lately. That is the high number of international students and temporary workers in Canada and the problems this is creating. I live in a single-family residential community in Bramalea. My family and I have first-hand experience with the issues. An increasing number of homes in the neighborhood are being bought and turned into rentals. The homes become overcrowded quickly, and the neighbors face the resulting noise, garbage, and bylaw infractions. These properties are mostly owned by absentee landlords with a little stake in the community other than to collect rent. The quality of life for everyone is undermined, along with property values. As a start to fixing the problem, I would suggest the following measures. 1, pass a bylaw to make it mandatory for all absentee landlords to register their properties. 2, put a moratorium on issuing new permits for new rental homes until the city has established how many absentee rental homes there are in Brampton and where they are located. 3, establish density standards. For example, no more than 10% rental houses in any designated area. 4, grant licenses only in areas where absentee landlord home rental levels are below the established ceiling. This is a big problem with lots of different things to consider. All levels of government have a part to play. The problem is particularly acute here in Brampton. I believe by taking these steps in Brampton, we will help to bring a resolution to this problem across Canada as well. This issue is clearly important to many people. Fixing the problem is also clearly in the public interest. I live and work in Brampton. I work in the home care, healthcare sector. I visit people in their homes. Many of my clients complain of problems with a rental property next door or close by. These people often face problems as bad or worse than the ones I deal with at home. The peaceful enjoyment of their homes is no longer possible for them. Many rental houses operate like a work camp with people coming and going at all hours of the day and night. The noise and vehicle emissions become an unending irritant and stressful to the neighbors. Rental houses with absentee landlords should be considered businesses. These should be subject to the same rules as any other business. Residents in well-established single-family residential areas like Bramalea have an interest in maintaining the quality of life in the community. We won't be able to do this without proper regulation of rental housing. Many of my clients are seniors. When they complain about a rental property, I encourage them to call their counselor. Sadly, many feel powerless to make a difference. So today, I am here to speak for them as well as myself. No one wants their neighborhood to turn into a slum, but that is the risk we take by failing to address this problem. Scrapping regulations is not the answer. Fair and adequate regulations need to be written.
Kevin, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. Existing regulations can be strengthened or fixed. The problems with rental housing are greatest in Brampton. This is where most of the international students and temporary workers come. They also come from other provinces. Out-of-province plates are commonly seen parked at these rental properties. This is a big problem. All levels of government have a part to play. Let's get busy and fix this. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for your delegation. Our, I think, final delegation, looking to the clerk, number 34, Balvinder Kanota. Balvinder, are you here in person or online?
Through the chair, I do not see Balwinder
Okay.
online or in the audience.
Thank you. So that ends the list of delegations for the residential rental licensing pilot program. Of note for the public, there's also a number of pieces of correspondence that have also been submitted in relation to this topic as well. And I would now ask staff, as we did before the break, to also present the response that we have for the delegates.
Sure. Through the chair, I'll ask if Morella can come back up to the podium and
Thank you.
repeat the staff presentation.
So just to recap, this is the same presentation that we gave earlier before the break at lunch, and we are presenting it again for the benefit of the delegates who might have missed this presentation earlier today. Morella, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, member of council and staff and the public. My name is Morella. I'm a policy planner with the Integrated City Planning Group, and I'm here to present an update on the residential rental licensing program. Next slide, please. Again, the purpose of the program is to be piloted in the specific wards discussed, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7, in response to the growing number of complaints to protect the health and safety of tenants and the character of neighborhoods. Again, it's being targeted as a pilot program at a smaller scale to be implemented to be considered implemented at a larger scale at a later date, and looking at modifications that could be made to improve the process. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, this map just demonstrates the service requests that were targeted in those particular wards, the greater number of them that were concentrated in those 5 wards that are being piloted as part of this program. Next slide, please. And again, this is the map that illustrates the 5 wards and their boundaries and the focus of that pilot program. Next slide, please. And again, I'll just go over in terms of how the program was initiated and developed. So as mentioned previously, back in 2022 of November, Council had directed staff to report the matter on the residential rental licensing program, along with the code of conduct, and to report back to Committee of Council the following month. There was also a delegation on the program itself and a code of conduct. And then Council directed at that meeting in December of 2022 for staff to report back on options related to the residential rental licensing program, to include a code of conduct, a comparison to other municipalities in terms of benchmarking, fees, and other accountability measures that are in use. Staff came back in March 29th of 2023, and we had come back with a presentation report of the city's current licensing and registration programs. This included benchmarking from other municipalities. At that time, Council directed staff to report back in Q3 of 2023 on a work plan for implementing a 2-year residential rental licensing program, beginning in Q1 of 2024. This would also included the funding requirements in terms of resources that would be needed, and to put it through the request in the 2024 to 2025 budgets. Next slide, please. In June of 2023, we also had another delegation. This was from Peel Acorn, in terms of to Committee of Council regarding multi-residential units, landlord licensing program, and to improve tenant rights. In September of 2023, on September 20th, we also had delegations come into Committee of Council and comment on the program itself. We also had a staff presentation report to present the proposed framework for the residential rental licensing program, the resources required. At that time, Councillor Keenan, Councillor Santos, and Councillor Power were appointed to the residential rental task force. And then at that point, Council directed staff to report back on a final recommendation for the pilot program, which also included the appropriate bylaw, supporting application forms, process, and implementation steps to be taken forward in the new year of 2024. In November of that year of 2023, staff had presented the report, which included the bylaw to implement the residential rental licensing program. Next slide, please. This was endorsed on December 6th of 2023. And then, of course, we moved forward with implementing the program on January 1st of 2024 to, as of January the 26th, there were 29 applications received by the city and that are currently being under review. And as of the 25th, there was a temporary pause on the intake of the applications following public feedback. Next slide, please. The feedback that was received up to the end of January was, again, a duplication of the ARU registration process, the requirement for a criminal record check, the need for electrical and gas inspections in terms of the licensing fee, the initial application fee along with the renewal fee, in terms of proof of ownership, if condominiums would be required to obtain a business license, if a unit was not being rented, if that would be required to have a business license as well. Also looking at single housekeeping units, whether they would require a license, and then the authorization for city staff to go and conduct inspections without the landlord being present. Next slide, please. So following that feedback, staff had taken the position to make some refinements and enhancements to the program, and that caused the temporary pause on the intake of applications. These are the proposed refinements that had taken place to date. It was also the removal of the criminal record check, accepting the property tax bill as proof of ownership, not requiring condominium apartments or condominium townhouses to obtain a business license, extending the fee waiver from March 31st to June 30th of 2024, and currently staff are working on streamlining the business licensing requirements for the ARU process, looking at that aspect, reviewing requirements for inspections, improving the online application form and process, making it more user-friendly, and considering an incentive program for landlords in good standing, potentially to reduce fees and or waive the fees. Next slide, please. And moving forward in terms of the next steps, staff also may be potentially looking at opportunities for future engagement with residents and landlords, and then lifting the temporary pause on the intake of applications in 6 to 8 weeks to address the issues that have been being brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that summary. Again, we have a list of questions from members of committee. Deputy Mayor Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Barr, Councillor Tour. Deputy Mayor Singh.
First of all, I wanted to thank everybody that took time today to delegate. This is democracy at work. I want to acknowledge staff's work, especially, it's never easy to put something out and then it's suspended. And I want to thank the task force for listening to people's concerns. And a lot of the questions that are being addressed were questions that I was hearing, and I thought it was the right approach. And I know we're going to be working together, and we're all going to be working together, but led by the task force, to just get it right. And there's always learnings from any sort of policy. This is a new policy in the city of Brampton, and we're here to help, and so we look forward to more feedback. I know we're going to take whatever we learned today, update sort of our plan and our approach, and go to the public again. And then, I think a lot of the concerns will probably be addressed by then. And then we'll come back to council and just get the final ratification. But, you know, I want to thank everybody for the time. I want to thank staff. I want to thank the public. And I know together we can work together to get this right. It's never easy, but pretty confident we'll get the right approach. So thank you, and I'm good with the path forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Medeiros.
Through you, Chair, similar to Deputy Singh's comments, I do like our approach moving forward, and the pause is you know, it's okay to pause again, even in the future, because I think it is important for us to get it right. So as we proceed, there might be unexpected consequences, and that's just part of implementing good policy. The one thing I would be, through you, Madam Chair, be interested in hearing back is, so when we talk about the costs, we have to, I think, keep focus on that if this is a 2-year project, then following this would be citywide. So the scalability from a cost perspective, I'd like to sort of, you know, get some idea, because for us to implement after and go to the next step, that's going to be a considerable cost after. So that's with back office, that's with enforceability and stuff. So for us to be a successful program and understanding that we're growing it, it would be interesting to see the scalability of costs that we sort of are planning to undertake, because you know, that's always a challenge of these type of programs, and I know municipalities shy away from these type of programs just because of especially the back office staff needed and all that stuff. The last comment through you, Madam Chair, I would talk about, I think the public engagement piece is important. We've heard from landlords, but the one concern, and this speaks to the unexpected consequences, is, you know, the tenant feedback. Because certainly when you speak to tenants, they want safe conditions. But I would challenge maybe, you know, the other perspective is, from their perspective, is that if, you know, with the fee that we're providing, and we understand that it's revenue neutral, but is that sort of fee going to be put onto the renters when we already know that rent is very expensive already? Is this something that, you know, is going to be an additional cost, and then we're going to hear back from those renting that their rents are going up as a relative to this program? And I don't know. I'm just saying, from all the perspectives we've had, and I think as much engagement we can get out there and feedback is important, it's just we do have to understand that, especially in a place like Brampton, the critical shortage of availability, I don't, you know, I don't want to be in a position, or I hope that this program doesn't impede, you know, those who do want to provide safe conditions and safe opportunity for housing for those in Brampton. So are we, you know, indirectly, you know, not sort of, we're contributing negatively to the issue of getting available housing opportunities for folks. And the last comment, certainly the enforceability, because again, I think Deputy Singh mentioned that this morning, is how do we get those who are not complying? And, you know, having a regime at least in place, I do see, you know, that, you know, this should not be divisive to the community, but understanding different perspectives. And just lastly, thank you to those members who sit on our subcommittee, because I think you guys are doing yeoman's work, and it's okay to come back to council and sort of ask for even more pause for us to get it right. So I look forward to, you know, our next discussion around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brock.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you to staff for all the work they have put in through this program, and definitely respect my council colleagues for bringing this program forward, but having, you know, knowing that we still have a lot of work to do. It has good intentions. It's healthy to have these debates around these issues, and after hearing the staff report, I still do have some concerns around the program, but definitely open to having these discussions with staff. The RL pilot program has definitely sparked great conversations and debates amongst Brampton residents that were brought here today, so I want to thank you them for coming here today. But it has also brought awareness to the rooming house issue more than ever before. And because of this program, everyone is talking. And I think this is what we wanted. And this is the real push we needed to make at the provincial level with the landlord and the tenant board. So again, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. And I do like the public consultation portion, because I think that's very important from both the landlord and the tenant point of view. And I definitely look forward for the detailed report with the public consultation coming to council in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Brock. Councillor Chua.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Most of what I wanted to say, I think the three councillors before me have summarized it quite well. I just want to say again, thank you to staff and everybody that's worked on this to address this issue. Based on the feedback that I'm getting right now and from the emails and calls and people in the audience today on either side of this issue, my understanding is that, you know, we have three kinds of people in our city. You have bad landlords that we can go after. You have good landlords with good tenants that have no issues. But then we have good landlords with not the best tenants. And that middle spot there is challenging to solve because all of it can't be fixed at the city of Brampton. That's why I'm happy to see we're advocating to the province to fix some of those issues at that level as well. That's a more complex problem that I don't think we can fully address through this program. You know, just to echo Councilor Barada, what she said, I'm still not on 100% on where we are going to be after the pilot is done, on whether it gets implemented citywide or not. I guess that's the learning we're going to have to do in all this period to understand how successful this is, what are the challenges, and the needs of different parts of the city are very different. So at that time would be more appropriate whenever that comes that we assess those before we do any implementation. Thank you to all the delegates that stayed back and delegated throughout the entire meeting. That is the challenge of this process, is you have to participate. If you walk out of the process, then unfortunately your voice is still heard through email and phone and call and text. But it is very important when you come and delegate. But I also understand our meetings being on Wednesdays, it does become challenging for people that are getting off work and coming to delegate to council. So I hope that we have more public engagement, more opportunities, but that's the call out to residents as well, that when you have these opportunities, do take full advantage of these opportunities. And I would say that when this comes back before March, before implementation again in its new form, in its revised version, a suggestion to council, if we would entertain a special council meeting that could be held on an evening where residents on any side of this argument can participate and give us their full feedback and understand what the process is, and appropriate communications that also goes out in this entire period, letting residents know where the program currently stands, what are the changes we're looking at, and that continuous feedback to keep happening. So very appreciative of all the work related to this, and I hope that we can find a solution.
Yeah.
Up from the delegations, which I would want staff to consider, is the language that we use around the entire process when we talk about illegal tenants or illegal landlords. I do agree that is not the appropriate language to be used. Non-compliant would be the best terminology, or if there's any better terminology that we can use, I think that's the language we should be using going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. And so Councillor Keenan and I were having a very brief conversation as members of the task force. I know Councillor Power does agree as well. Over the past 12 months, there's been a lot of feedback that's happened throughout this entire process, a lot of decision-making points, a lot of debate during the entire time in lead up to where we are today. So I don't want to forget all of the consultation we've done already with the residents, particularly those who have triggered us to come up with a program. And it even spans back to not even the past year when we first started about talking about this in the beginning of the term on November 16th. It goes back to many years before that. We had a lot of feedback from residents asking us to do something about the issues in their neighborhoods and the influx of rental unit conversion. So I really don't want folks to communicate out there that we're finally doing consultation. That's absolutely false. But that being said, we heard a lot from delegates to date. We've received a lot of correspondence over the past few weeks. All of that is being brought forward to the task force as well as to staff, and will be part of the process and the recommendation to streamline things moving forward when the pause is lifted. Councillor Keenan had a fantastic idea, which is why his name is on the board. So I'll hand it over for Councillor Keenan to share what that is.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I also want to thank staff, all the residents that came out on either side. It's always great to hear and to see the passion. We know that we're definitely hitting some nerves in the city of things that need to be addressed. You know, I want to thank my colleagues on the task force, my colleagues around this table for all their input. We know that public consultation, they always say you can never do too much of it. And you know, we've done a lot of it. I've held town halls, as Councillor Santos has alluded to. And I think that the next step to make sure we can do even broader and citywide is to host a teletown hall. I would ask that the mayor and the task force, councillors on the task force host that. And then any input from our colleagues during that, or if they want to take part, I'm happy to extend the invitation, but I think that would be a great step moving forward, is if we can arrange it as quick as possible to get it done within the 8 weeks so that we can take in all that information and continue with the program. So I just really want to thank staff. I want to thank Marilla for coming up twice to give us a presentation. So I appreciate that. I appreciate all the hard work from staff that gets put into this. It's never easy to bring forward a policy, especially one that's a bit touchy throughout the community on either side. And it does take a lot to get it right, but our staff are doing tremendous work, so thank you to them. And that is all I have, Madam Chair, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan, for that suggestion, and I echo the thanks and appreciation to the staff and all the residents who came in to delegate as well as submit correspondence on the RRL pilot program today. We have a motion from Councillor Power to receive the delegations that were brought forward today. Councillor Power, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries, and Madam Clerk, that would include the presentation from staff as well. We only have a small number of things left to deal with. We have one added delegation 6.13, a delegation from Sylvia Roberts, Brampton resident, regarding the government relations matter, as well as Janine Herman McLeod. Janine had requested that we have the delegation after lunch. It is after lunch. So Sylvia, you are first, followed by Janine. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I've watched most of this. I've noticed that in the government relations matter, there's talking about international students. I'm happy the federal government's finally doing something about it. I have been interested to find out that Algoma University apparently was approved for 9,000 international students in 2013. I don't remember reading that in a staff report. Also, Algoma has more international students at the Brampton campus than they do total students at every other one of their campuses combined. I know we wanted a university in the downtown. I don't think that's quite what we were asking for. There's a number of opportunities for advocacy in here. Last year, the provincial government introduced legislation to allow cities to charge money for development charges to build GO stations. And one potential advocacy thing may be extending it so within MTSAs, where we've removed minimum parking requirements, the city could say, get $5,000 in extra transit TCs to help fund those lines. Because we need to build a huge amount of housing, we need to build a huge amount of transit for that. And right now, the way the rules are set up, it's actually better for the city to have high parking requirements and then to attempt to extort money out of the developer, which is actually sabotaging both the city and the developers and the province and the housing needs, whereas by having the city be able to charge a little bit extra for transit DCs, if we charge no parking, that makes everyone's life a lot easier, much less haggling, much cleaner. When it comes to municipal fiscal sustainability, there's also many opportunities in other jurisdictions. They do things like charge frontage taxes, where you charge a rate per foot or per distance of the frontage, because many of our services such as roads, sewer, and water are actually based on how wide the property is to provide the services, not based on usage. So as the provincial government wants the boards, the transition board, to look at things like municipal water and sewer, that may be something we should look at in talking with them financially. There's also opportunities for splitting up how the mill rate is taxed. Right now, we treat the entire property as one thing. We count the value of the land, we count the value of the improvements, So if a resident proves their base minute's worth $50,000 more, the city says, congratulations, here's your increased tax bill for it being worth 50 grand more because you actually bothered to fill out the permits. If the city builds a new transit project and the house is worth 50 grand more and so they're paying the same amount more tax, I think there's a much better and fairer case for the city to request more because we'd collect more to pay for all the investment we've put in that. That'd be fair for residents, so we aren't penalizing them for properly maintaining their properties, and instead we're able to recoup the money that we're putting into that. This is actually not very difficult for MPAC to put in place. They actually have all of the data they need. They already calculate the improvement value, they already calculate the land value. All it requires is basically one line of regulations and then another line just changing how the form is set up. So it's very easy for the provincial government to do that. And it could be in place for property taxes the following year, making it very convenient for the city, giving you more tools. Lastly, transit is a big thing. So I've been looking at bus lanes because Toronto, you may have seen the news that Toronto is looking at that. And it turns out it takes multiple years of paperwork to do that. Whereas in other municipalities in the US, they can do it in 3 weeks. Whereas here it will take us multiple years and we'll have to go through a process to do an RFP to hire a consultant, do paperwork.
Sylvia, you have
Yes,
1 minute.
I'm aware I have 1 minute. And perhaps we should talk to MPP Pradmeet Singh Sarkaria, who is the MPP for Brampton South, where I live, and is in charge of transportation. And perhaps we could talk about cutting red tape and making it easier for municipalities by making it not require this huge process. Steeles Avenue, now with the huge ridership increase, is carrying an amount higher than many subway lines in the United States. With the 504 Chinguacousy, it will be carrying more people than the Scarborough Rapid Transit did. I think we can at least bother to give them bus lanes. Brampton Transit assumes that because of how bad traffic is, the buses isn't going to go faster than 20 kilometers an hour between Gateway Terminal and Bramley Go. We need to do something to make the buses faster, and it shouldn't take 2 years to do something that takes 3 weeks in other jurisdictions.
That's your time.
Thank you, that's my bill.
Thank you, Sylvia. Next delegation is from Janine. Janine Herman McLeod. Janine, welcome. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Janine Herman McLeod. I'm the co-chair of Brampton Caledon Health Coalition. We're part of Ontario Health Coalition, which has been advocating for over 30 years. This is our treasurer, Sylvia Roberts, so thank you for helping me today. I've lived here my whole life except for university. My dad was born here in 1952. My mom was born in Germany and moved here as a child. And we've seen how healthcare has really not increased in that time. For instance, we have the same number of emergency rooms now that we had when we had 5,000 people living here. And to introduce our priorities, we want OHIP for all, regardless of immigration status, more public hospitals for Brampton and Caledon, and no privatization of healthcare as our main goals. Today, I'm here to speak about the lack of hospital beds here in Brampton. You can help us with more full-service public hospitals for Brampton and with emergency rooms, full testing and surgical capacity, and beds connected to emergency rooms. I know that funding for the locations and for planning is going on for these local hospitals, so we really need cooperation between Ontario and Brampton on this. We have a population in Brampton and Caledon of almost 850,000 people combined, which is the service area of William Osler's hospitals. We have only one that's really fully functioning with only 645 beds. It's widely considered to be the epicenter of hallway healthcare. According to our calculations, which are on here and available on bramptoncaledonhc.ca, Brampton and Caledon together have 0.78 hospital beds per 1,000 population. In order to get Brampton and Caledon to the hospital bed ratio average of Ontario, we would need 2 more hospitals the size of Brampton Civic. To get to the Canadian average, we would need 3.1 more hospitals the size of Brampton Civic. To get to the OECD developed countries average, we would need 4.6 more hospitals. So really, we need 6 hospitals where we have 1. Over 80% of all patients spend over 8 hours in Brampton's ER before being admitted. Brampton Civic Hospital and Peel Memorial are both P3 public-private partnership facilities, not owned by Ontario, but by a private consortium called William Osler Health System. And they got a 25-year lease to the government, questionable oversight of government contracts for these so-called non-medical services like cleaning, electricity, parking that we need for our healthcare. And they also are just not necessarily having the same motives as the government would have for having quality care in those arenas. So the total cost for building Brampton Civic was more than $300 million higher in present dollars, 2003, 2004, than if the hospital was built publicly. This meant that Peel Memorial Centre could not be opened as a full-service hospital, as was promised. P3s have already cost us years of healthcare already. This council declared a state of a health emergency in January 2020 and called for 850 new hospital beds to be created in the Peel Memorial expansion, which is great. However, there will only be 250 beds in the expansion, 29% of that. And as far as we can tell, there will be no CT, MRI, or X-ray, and those beds won't necessarily even be connected to the ER. So how is that better than an actual, what's it called? Like a walk-in clinic or an urgent care that we already have. So we have an area with high traffic, and as I said...
Janine, you have 1 minute remaining.
Yes, thank you. And we have high minority population, high immigrant population. I myself was refused prescribed cardiac rehab because I didn't have a heart attack or a heart surgery, and it cost me years of my life. Every time we go into the community to talk to people, we hear about long wait times, impossible working conditions, and inadequate care. So I want to know if there is a way for us to fight for more beds in the memorial expansion. I want to know if there's a clear answer on testing and those beds being available to the ER. And I want to thank you for funding planning for our 3rd hospital. I want to know if there is land allocated and what is being done for our 4th and 5th hospital in making sure as we plan more hospitals, they are being...
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine, for your delegation motion to receive the delegations from Sylvia as well as Janine, moved by Councillor Vicente. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. We only have one item that was held out of consent on our regular agenda. Item number 8.2.1, staff report, request to begin procurement tree inventory services at various locations within the city of Brampton, held by Councillor Paleshi. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost want to start a tree rental program. I talked a little bit to staff about this procurement. One, I want to know the dollar figure for the first year, what we're thinking about, how much it's going to cost for the entire 5 years. It seems to be a very tedious process, going out, counting, and determining what species of tree is across the city of Brampton. I'm kind of understanding the need for it. I'm going to need a little bit more encouragement for the complete understanding and support of it, but I'd also like to know when we get through the 5 years and the city has changed, then where do we go? And also, in terms of, it states in the report that we're doing the inventory for all the city-owned trees. What about in future subdivisions where wood lots, tree lots become ours? Wouldn't it be good to know prior to, or incorporating that into this, maybe even potentially looking right across the city? When we talk about the emerald ash borer or any of the invasive bugs that get into trees and to kill them off, don't we want to know right across the city, how many ash trees that we have left, if any, or any of the other trees that these potential bugs will get into, because isn't that kind of up to us anyways in terms of if there is a big wood lot that's going to be ours, aren't we going to have to get in there and remove or potentially, I don't know, spray if we have some kind of new bug that comes from somewhere? So lots of questions.
Through the chair, maybe I'll start, then I'll defer
Sure.
to Director Fagan. So the first year of the program, there's capital funding allocated approximately $250,000. We expect it to take about 5 years and an approximate cost of $1 million, which would be funded through some of the funding we have for the Urban Forest Management Program. And this was a key recommendation in that Urban Forest Management Program that came forward to Council in 2022. We have to start somewhere, I will say. So the intent is to start on city streets and then parks. And then I think we need to look to expand to your points. How do we deal with other areas of the city that need to be inventoried? So maybe I'll, from there, turn it to our director and he can add anything to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Pleshy. Correct. Woodlots are just as important as the street trees, but the first phase is street trees to parks, as Commissioner Boyce has said. What we can do and what we've done with our woodlots, because they're almost just as more important, is we go out there and we do an assessment and we look at the key varieties there. So not specific to each tree, because they're all competing and there's so many of them, but we will go into certain woodlots with our own staff and deem that there's 12% ash, 15% oak. And from that, this system here, through working with our IT team, we could input that in there. So that stuff we can do in-house because it is very important as well. For the same reasons you've noted, if it is an insect or a pest, the street trees would be one, the woodlots then as well. It's we could note oak, if there's 12% oak street tree wide, we can get specific locations, but then the woodlots, we could see that woodlot A, B, and C are high in this variety, and we can put measures in place.
And what if we're going into woodlots and determining, the percentages of trees are in there? Are we going to be looking at the invasive species as well?
Yes.
To determine how much buckthorn or invasive saplings are growing in specific woodlots?
Through the chair, yes. And we've started that. We've been doing that for several years now.
Yeah.
Buckthorn, of course, as you noted.
Yeah.
We do some of that in-house, and we partner with the CAs, the conservation authorities, to support using volunteer groups to take care of some of that as well.
Okay. Rolling right into my last question with CAs, are we able to work with TRCA and CVC to see what information that they have? They've done, vast tree plantings across the city on our lands. So can we kind of work with them to determine what they've already done so that we don't have to go back and duplicate any of the work?
Agreed. Through the chair, we don't want to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
We're always in discussions with the conservation authorities, and our new supervisor of forestry planning, great, he's come from the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, so has a great partnership there as well. So we will gather whatever information we can from there, so we don't have to do the work twice.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks, Ed. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. We have a motion to receive the report from Councillor Pleshy. All those in favor, anyone opposed, that motion carries. I'm now going to ask the Madam Clerk if there's anything outstanding on the agenda before I bring forward adjournment.
Through the chair, we just have council question period and public question period for the community services section. The referred matters list is on the agenda as always if there are any questions. And then we do have public question period and we do have a question submitted.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions related to community services? Seeing none. Public, any questions related to community services section from the public? No questions from the public, which brings us to public question period related to the entire agenda for Committee of Council. Are there any questions from the public online or in person regarding any item that was discussed at Committee of Council today? Oh, one question from Janine.
Thank you.
Janine, if you could just state your name for
Yes.
the clerk.
Janine Herman McLeod, Brampton Caledon Health Coalition. And I just wanted to ask that question about land being allocated for our hospitals. Do we have any plans, concrete plans for allocation of land for third, fourth, and fifth hospitals yet?
Councillor Paleshi would like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can't talk about it.
Okay. Is there going to be a point soon where we can?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Janine. No further questions from the public, which brings us, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, there was one question submitted online
Okay.
earlier, so I'll read that one out for you. This is from resident Vivek Sharma. How many illegal units have been penalized till date in Brampton?
Okay, thank you, Vivek, for your question. We'll have a look at that and have staff respond accordingly. I did miss the referred matters list, which is published quarterly on the website. Do any members have questions regarding the referred matters list? Seeing none. We've dealt with public question period. There's no items in closed session, which brings us to adjournment at a reasonable time. Committee is next scheduled to meet on February 21st, 2024, 9:30 a.m. I have a motion from Councillor Majeros to adjourn today's meeting. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you, members of committee as well as staff, for an incredible Committee of Council meeting today.